you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
See you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
You cannot miss it.
You
cannot miss it.
See you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
See you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
You cannot miss it.
The 360 Woman Africa. If this is your first time, you are welcome specially, and my name is Mojibari. I'll be your host for today. The theme for today's conference is, Yes, You Can, Redesign the Future. If you're new, like I said, 360 Woman Africa was specially designed to address issues, social issues concerning women, and they do this through women empowerment initiatives and capacity development programs, just like today. Today, we have specially curated speakers for you who are going to address all your needs. Please take away all distractions. Make sure that you're muted, your videos. Don't be distracted. Today promises to be extremely amazing. We have amazing speakers for you, and it's going to be fun. There are going to be sessions for questions and answers. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the comment section. Someone is there collating all your questions. Don't be shy. Feel free to ask any questions. Today promises to be extremely amazing. And my name is Mojibari once again. Please sit back, fasten your seatbelt. We're about to take you on an amazing flight today. As we go on very quickly, please join me as I welcome the convener of the 360 Woman Africa, a very versatile queen. She is the managing director of Zeta Oil and Gas. She's when I say versatile, I mean versatile. People development, human resources, business development, strategy, name it. anything. Please join me as I welcome Yvonne Chioma of Fodile. A round of applause in the comment section. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is such a beautiful privilege to be here at the 360 Women Thrive Conference 2020, at such an historic moment as this in our nation and the entire world. First, I would love to sincerely thank our team at the 360 Women Africa, Chisom, Favor, Ada, Faith, Chris, Isaiah, for all the great and sincere work they keep doing. 360 Women Africa is a non-profit organization that has over 6 years executed programs that educate, empower, and inspire young business and career women in the private and public sector. Our vision is to be a powerhouse that raises a vibrant generation of 360 women who will actively elevate gender equality, inclusion, and diversity to 35% across all the sectors in Africa. Our mission is that through our Women's Skill Development Center, we will equip women with personal, leadership, and business skills to optimize their potential for global relevance, thereby increasing their participation in a modern economy and improving the gender equality, inclusion, and diversity. Through our online and offline capacity development programs, we have directly impacted, trained, and engaged with over 11,000 young women in career and business in Africa. This gives us so much joy. This year, 2020 came with peculiar situations like COVID-19, which did not only leave people without jobs, made a lot homeless, clueless of what next to do with their careers, left entrepreneurs without earnings for over 5 months. This current realities also forced us into the future that already existed, which was to immediately switch and invest in the digital media world, which then saw us hosting our programs online so as to continue to deliver value to members of our community and beyond. Since switching online this year, we have again trained and engaged a little over 3,000 women. This in itself is deep impact. Our women are better equipped to thrive even in turbulent times like this, not globally. We know that with better media exposure and financial support, we would have by 2025 reached the skill gap for women in Africa by 25%. The major highlight of our year at the 360 Women Africa is the Women Thrive Conference, where we bring together women from all over Africa, from all walks of life, the finest of speakers, mentors, global thought leaders, industry giants, with the sole objective to increase their capacity to function, add great value to the individual lives by building on their skill sets through shared experiences, teachings, effective mentoring, and networking. I believe that today, this conference would mark a pivotal change, will cause a radical mind shift and illumination to the future you desire. The future you will believe with me is everything that you are capable of becoming but yet to become. Having experienced the change in economic situations and the world in general, we know that going back to the drawing board to redesign the future is the most strategic and prompt action to take. Now, my dear delegates and queens, I hope you have your writing pads ready, your cup of coffee to keep you alert during the session. I encourage you to sit tight and listen in. During the sessions, you are allowed to drop and also engage, make connections with us and other delegates from all over Africa in the comment section there with you. Let us know your thoughts as the sessions are going on. Drop the questions for any of the speakers and we will make sure questions is attended to. Finally, this year we will be giving out 2.5 million in grants to 5 entrepreneurs. More information about this will be shared during the conference. Kindly stay tuned. On behalf of the Board of Directors at 360 Women, I want to sincerely thank you all once again for joining us at this historic moment to birth change and to redesign the future that we so desire. My name is Yvonne Chioma of Fodile. I am the MD CEO of Zetil Oil and Gas Limited and privileged to be the founder of 360 Women Africa. Thank you.
Very much, Chioma, for that warm welcome. And once again, welcome to all our amazing queens joining us for today's conference. There's a saying that goes, empower a woman, empower a nation. And I'm sure that 360 Women Africa understands the importance of that, which is why they are constantly empowering women. Like the convener said, it has been a very interesting year for everybody, women especially. And today we hope that you would go home with something that would touch your life and transform it forever. Without wasting any time, please join me as I welcome our keynote speaker. He is the executive, he is Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, the Group Managing Director of Rainoil Limited. Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie is the Group Managing Director of Rainoil Limited, a graduate of the University of Benin. He obtained a degree in production engineering with second-class honors, upper division. Following his compulsory one-year national youth service as a lecturer with the Kano State Polytechnic, he began his early career in food manufacturing, accountancy, and management consultancy, as well as the oil and gas industry. At a time of limited indigenous participation, he identified opportunities with the oil and gas space. In 1997, he founded Rainoil Limited, which he has guided from very modest beginnings to a company with operations across the downstream value chain. The Rainoil story has been eventful and successful, but not one without challenges. He has always led from the front line with a hands-on involvement in operations. With a staff strength of over 900, Rainoil Limited remains a wholly indigenous recognized player in the downstream sector. 23 years down the road, Rainoil Limited possesses assets comprising 1, 3 ultra-modern petroleum product storage depot, a 50 million liter capacity multi-product depot in Ogara Delta State, a 50 million liter capacity multi-product depot in Calabar Free Trade Zone, Calabar Cross River State, a 50 million liter capacity multi-product depot in Ijegun, Lagos, an 8,000 metric ton LPG storage and trucking facility in Ijegun, Lagos State. Are you getting excited? And over 80 retail outlets spread across the country. Our stations are strategically located in major cities such as Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Uyo, Enugu, Onitsha, Asaba, Makurdi, Sapele, Lafayette, Kefi, and a lot of other states. A fleet of over 130 tank trucks for efficient delivery of products to networks of stations across the country. One shipping vessel with a total capacity carrying capacity of 20,000 metric tons and lots more. In line with his drive for service excellence and self-development, he has attended several management courses locally and abroad. He is a pioneer member of the Lagos Business School Owner Management Program. Being a man of many parts and a strong believer of giving back to his roots, he has established the following initiatives through the company. 1, the Gabriel Ogbechie Foundation in Delta State, which gives scholarships to undergraduates, community healthcare services, as well as youth empowerment initiatives. The Rainoil Lawn Tennis Open Tournament, which holds annually. Financial support to orphanages in Lagos and Abuja. Provision of physical infrastructures and public amenities in local communities in Delta State. Medical outreaches to low-income families. Upgrade of academic infrastructure in Delta State and Cross River State. Honesty, commitment, and perseverance have always been his hallmark. These values are exemplified in the success story that is Rainoil Limited and his daily interactions with staff and customers. Amongst his hobbies is playing lawn tennis, which he is passionate about. He is married to Gabriel Ogbechie, and they are blessed with 3 children. Ladies, queens, please join me as we receive our keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by especially welcoming each and every one of you to this conference with a theme, Yes, You Can Redesign the Future. Yes, you can redesign the future. First and foremost, let me commend Yvonne Chioma Ofodile and her team for the very wonderful job they are doing in this organization, trying to inspire women and encourage them to be the best they can. My name is Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rainoil Limited. As I was introduced, Rainoil Limited is a company that plays in the downstream space of the Nigeria oil and gas industry. Today, I will be talking on the topic, yes, you can redesign the future. I will look at this topic today essentially from three broad outlines. The first is the current economic. The thing we'll look at is women in business. And then third and most importantly, the theme of today's conference, redesigning the future. How do we redesign the future? Current economic realities. Nigeria, over the last 10 years, our population in 2010 was about 158 million. In 2020, our population today is reputed or estimated to be in the neighborhood of 207 million. Our population over the last 10 years have grown by almost 50 million people. Our GDP in 2010 was about $363 billion. GDP in 2020 today is hovering around $446 billion. Inflation rate in 2010 was about 13.74%. Inflation rate in 2020 is also hovering around 13.22%. Unemployment rate 2010 was 21.1%. Today, unemployment rate is reputed to be about 23.7%. But again, we know that these figures are grossly understated. They are understated because, one, our access to data is not very robust, coupled with the fact that in Nigeria, we also have a very high level of underemployment. People who are extremely qualified and doing jobs that are actually below their skill level just because they need to get something going. In 2010, our foreign direct investment was about $741 million. 2020, FDI into Nigeria is in the neighborhood of $3.3 billion. Well, one thing I will say is that a lot of this foreign direct investment actually goes into either the money market or the capital market, because compared to in Nigeria, before interest rates actually went down, you could easily get interest rates on funds of about 12% and up to 16% at times, compared to interest rates or deposit rates abroad that hovers maybe under 2% at times. So a lot of foreign money come into this country, either into money market or into capital market. But again, this is hot money. And this money lives at the speed at which they come in. 2010, exchange rate was about 122 naira to the dollar. Today, exchange rate, well, on the street, exchange rate is about 470 naira to the dollar, even though CBN says the official exchange rate is anything between 380 to 390 if you are able to access dollar from the central bank. Total market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange 2010 was about $50 billion. Today is about $74 billion, because over the last 10 years, high capitalization stock like MTN, like Airtel have listed in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Foreign reserve 2010, $35 billion. Foreign reserve in 2020, also $35.8 billion. So over the last 10 years, in terms of our foreign reserve, not much has changed. IMF predicts that the Nigerian economy is going to contract by 3.4% this year. Of course, no thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic that has largely consumed the whole year. And then, unfortunately, the NSAS crisis of the last 2 weeks. Now, 2020 economic overview. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government imposed all kinds of measures of social distances, travel restrictions, and partial and total lockdown just to help us manage the COVID-19 pandemic. This country essentially went into lockdown from March up to August. Some businesses temporarily shut down, others ran activities at very reduced levels. Logistics, distribution constraints cancellation of events, and of course, job losses. I remember during the COVID-19 lockdown, I was driving on Ozumbambadiwe Street, and I saw Radisson Blue Hotel, a 5-star hotel. This hotel was under lock and key and chain. It was locked, completely padlocked. And I was saying to myself that while in Rainoil we're complaining that we had lost about 50% of our sales because of the lockdown, and I was looking at this business, they were not talking about having maybe 10% occupancy or 15% occupancy. Occupancy level went down to 0. The business was under lock and key. And that was kind of representative of the kind of experience a lot of other businesses were having during the COVID-19 lockdown. Over the last 2 weeks, again, we've seen the NSAS movement, primarily an outcry against police brutality, which has evolved to highlight larger socioeconomic issues in Nigeria. The NSAS movement, which actually started against, like I said, the police brutality, but sooner rather than later, it became an acronym for everything that was wrong with this country, which of course the youth wanted to change. But unfortunately, several lives were lost, properties were destroyed because the NSAS movement was unfortunately hijacked. Now more than ever before, we need to change the traditional ways of thinking, we need to inspire hope, and we need to bet change. And nobody, no set of people are better positioned to inspire and bet this change than our women. And that is what we want the 360-degree Woman Conference today to help set us on that path. Businesses must now consider how to recover and devise innovative solutions to ensure sustainability in our economic reality. Women in business. Women in business. According to a 2020 PricewaterhouseCoopers report, about 41% of Nigeria micro businesses are owned by women. We have 23 million female entrepreneurs in this country. One thing we must realize is that entrepreneurship in this country is actually largely driven by women. If you go to most markets, most of the small traders, most of the petty traders are women. Women who struggle to make things happen. Women who struggle to bet change. Women who struggle to add value to their families and by extension, add value to the economy. Women own 20% of the enterprises in corporate sector in Nigeria. What women need to do is to try to upscale their businesses from the micro level to the bigger level and take their rightful place in corporate Nigeria. 12% of directors on corporate boards of directors in Nigeria are women. And also women account, unfortunately, for the highest portion of unemployed in Nigeria. 56% of the unemployed people in Nigeria are women. Now, how do we redesign the future? How do we get the women to redesign the future? To be successful in 2020 and beyond, businesses will need to create value, not only for their shareholder or themselves, but for the society by confronting humanity's toughest challenges. On the flip side of every challenge is an opportunity for business. Opportunities come because there are challenges, which is one of the things I talk about Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria, a country of 200 million people, regardless of the challenges we have in this country, on the flip side of each of those challenges are huge opportunities. Nigeria does not have enough infrastructure. Yes, that's a challenge, but what you also hear when you hear that is that there's a lot of opportunity to develop infrastructure in Nigeria, and developing those infrastructure is opportunity for business. Nigeria has a huge housing deficit. Building those houses is also an opportunity for business. So on the flip side of every challenge is an opportunity to make money. First and foremost, you need to understand your environment. You need to understand your business environment. The business environment, which is a combination of all the internal and external factors that influence business operations. Why competition is a struggle in pursuit of a goal. Domination is to influence and control everything around you. Every territory is subject to change without notice. This offers both threats and opportunities for every business. And again, the primary goal of any business is to make profit. Like I always argue, you are only in business when your income exceeds your expenditure. If your income does not exceed your expenditure, you have just created activity. You're just busy. So once you're in business, you must keep an eye on the bottom line. Are you making a profit? You must ensure that you're making a profit. Now, how do you redesign your future? How do you redesign your future? First things first, one thing I want to say is that to redesign your future, you need to look for the uncontested marketplace. You need to look for your own uncontested marketplace. It's like saying, create your own blue ocean. Look for your uncontested marketplace. First and foremost, examine alternative industry. The only thing that is constant in life is change. In business, the only thing that is constant is change. Things will keep evolving. The way we did business in 2020 is not the way we did business in 2005. It's not the way we did business in 2010. It's not the way we did business in 2015. Things will keep changing. So number one, examine alternative industry. I want to use Netflix as an example. Netflix was established in 1997. It started as a DVD sales and rental business in 1997. Prior to 1997, people needed to go to cinemas just to rent a DVD or watch it on YouTube. In 2007, Netflix launched an online cinema service that offered a way to watch popular movies and TV. I don't know how many of you still remember that those good old days, you want to watch a movie, you go to a rental service where people were renting video, DVD, and then you take it to your house to go and watch. You finish watching it, you return it and go and rent another one. Netflix felt that this thing could be done differently. Today you sit in the comfort of your house just by paying a subscription service. You have access to internet streaming of movies and TV shows of various parts, of various languages. Today, Netflix has 160 million monthly paid subscribers in more than 190 countries. They create and generate their own content, and today, Netflix revenue is in excess of $20 billion. Examine strategic groups within the current industry. I want to use ShopRite as an example. When I go down memory lane, I remember in 1984, I was in Ibadan and I was in my second year in the university and I was doing my industrial training and staying in Ibadan. We needed to buy a Sony TV, just a Sony TV. To buy a Sony TV, we had to drive all the way from Ibadan to go to Alaba Market in Lagos just to buy a Sony TV. This was in 1984. Not too long ago, you want to buy meat. You go to an abattoir in Nigeria, in Lagos. Go to abattoir in Lagos and see the way they slaughter these cows and the kind of water they use to wash the meat. You will lose your appetite. The kind of untidy environment. Or you go to the market, you want to buy tomatoes. You see the way the women arrange the tomatoes in very, very dirty environments. While all this was happening, Nigerians were getting educated. They were getting exposed. People were traveling abroad and getting the best education and getting the best exposure and seeing the way things were being run outside this country. While all this was happening, a company like ShopRite also felt that they could change the way people shop. And they could set up shops such that you want to buy meat, you go into their shop, you see the meat very well wrapped in an air-conditioned environment in a fridge, and then they sell it to you by weight, by kilogram. Today, ShopRite has more than 23 stores in Nigeria. They've revolutionized the way people shop. Price is very competitive. The quality and product is consistent. They focus on the very large middle-class population, which has also very high growth potentials. All over Africa, ShopRite has more than 2,000 stores with revenue in excess of $11 billion, just because they kind of got people to change the way they shop, especially in Nigeria. Make no mistake about it, Nigeria accounts for a very, very significant part of this revenue. Another thing I want to talk about is Airbnb. Airbnb is a company that was formed to change the way the hotel or the hospitality industry is run. Airbnb a couple of years ago was not in existence. It was formed because people identified an uncontested market space and decided to fill that market space. It's a website that allows people to list their accommodation for guests to rent. Now, what was the concept behind it? You have a house and maybe you travel often. For that period when you are not occupying your house, can you use your house to generate some revenue for you? That's the whole concept around Airbnb. It's called collaborative consumption or the share economy model. Today, Airbnb is in 192 countries and they are in 34,000 cities, and they've provided lodging for over 11 million guests. So much so that the city of Paris, the city of Berlin, they had to come up with laws around Airbnb because they realized that the Airbnb model was actually disrupting their housing process. Today, without owning any properties of their own, they've created an uncontested marketplace. Again, they created their own uncontested marketplace, providing the best suitable accommodations to users at the best possible price. Let me also use the Rainoil depot in Orara as an example. I came into this industry, the downstream oil and gas industry, in 1992, and by 2008, we wanted to build our own petroleum storage depot, otherwise called tank farm. And then we looked at the entire industry, and we realized that practically all the tank farms in Nigeria, or most of the tank farms in Nigeria, were located in Lagos, a few in Port Harcourt. And then we said, which other location can we go to? It was very easy for us to say, let us go and build it in Lagos and go and contest in Lagos. But we decided to create our own uncontested marketplace. And we identified a place called Orara in Delta State. I remember when I was in the university, the first place I actually saw a ship in Nigeria was in Orara. So I knew that ships do come to that location. So I went to the place, got a parcel of land, and then we built our depot. I remember that when I fly into Benin and I'm driving to Orara, I would just be laughing. And I would say, when the industry realizes what is going on here, that we're going to take the industry by storm. I remember when we finished building the depot in 2010, early 2011, when I'll be discussing with my bankers in Lagos or other industry players, and I tell them we have a tank farm in Ogara. What we tend to hear then was, where is Ogara? Today, Ogara is firmly in the petroleum product distribution map in Nigeria, because today, from Ogara, if a truck leaves Ogara in the morning, it can get to Abuja in the evening, while a truck that loads in Lagos is still trying to find his way out of Lagos. So we pioneered the petroleum product depot in the Ogara axis, while most private depots were situated in Lagos, and enhanced distribution of petroleum products to the south, the southeast, the FCT, and the northern states because of its centrality. Another example I want to give is Indomie noodle. Indomie noodle was introduced in 1998. It was introduced through import. The instant noodle market was non-existent. Today, the instant noodle market, Indomie noodle accounts for more than 70% of the instant noodle market in Nigeria. This was a product that was not in existence, but people created their own uncontested marketplace. Through popular ads targeted at kids, they've positioned the Indomie noodle as a meal that is quick and easy option. It's now a household name across the country. 18 companies actually produce noodles today. However, regardless of who is producing the noodle, as far as children are concerned, all of them are Indomie. Indomie has 10 factories today in this country, and they are generating revenue in excess of $700 million. Examine strategic groups within current industry. I want to talk about Globacom. I remember, I think it was in 2001 when the Obasanjo administration liberalized the telecom sector, and he put up GSM licenses for bid. When that bid started, when the bid got up to $200 million, a couple of companies promptly left and said, no, we can't pay $200 million for a license, for a GSM license in Nigeria. I remember then there was the forerunner to Globacom called Communication Industries Limited, CIL. CIL bidded as high as $300 million for a license. But eventually, the licenses were sold for $285 million. MTN got a license, Econet then got a license, and CIL also got a license. But for whatever reason, CIL license didn't go through, for what I won't go into at this point. The important thing is that MTN and Econet rolled out 2 years before Glo. Even though CIL didn't get their license, the owners of CIL kept at it, but thankfully, 2 years later, they were able to get the GSM license. Now, this is the story. Glo came into the market 2 years after their competitors, so to speak, had already come into the market. 2 years after the other GSM services had launched. How do they create their own uncontested market space? By then, the forerunners, MTN and Econet, they were charging per minute, it was 50 naira per minute. So even if you make a call and the call drops after 5 seconds, they charge you per minute. I remember the MD of MTN then was saying that forget about per second billing, it wasn't going to happen for another couple of years. The moment Glo came, the first thing they did was to launch the per second billing. I remember then, I think it was Daddy Shoki was running an ad for them. It's like Daddy Shoki will take a piece of banana, eat it, and then keep the balance of it. It's like I can always go back and eat the rest of my banana. And that kind of stuff. Globacom introduced per second billing as low as 20 kobo per second or 12 naira per minute. other GSM operators were forced to follow suit in billing their customers per second. Globacom also crashed the price of SIM card to as low as 200 naira per SIM card. When the other GSM companies started, I remember SIM card was sold for as high as 30,000 naira per SIM. Today, Glo has 28% of the market share. I think they are second, and they have more than 51 million mobile users. 51 million mobile users. Let's also talk about the DMT mobile toilet. TMT mobile toilets was established by the late Fela-Durotoye, otherwise called Otumba Gaddafi, to serve outdoor events after identifying this gap. The first things first, you need to identify a gap. When you go down, say 20 years ago in Lagos or more, you know, for those of us who've been around Lagos long enough, you will know that when you want to move around Lagos over a weekend, you need to plan your journey very well. There was no Google Maps then. You need to ask yourself which street has been blocked because of Owambe. Then there were no event centers. You know, one of the things, we need to be very, very perceptive of what is happening in our environment. There were no event centers. So you want to do a party, you block your street. You put your canopy right on the street and do your party. Now, no matter how high profile, a high profile party then wasn't a function of the location of the event. The high profile party there was more of a function of the caliber of the musician you call. Is Sonny Ade coming for your party? Is Kwamwan coming to play? Or who is coming to play? But regardless of who was coming to play, the party was taking place on the street. Now, but that also created its own challenges, because when you have people coming to attend party on the streets, they need to use a restroom. People used to go beg their neighbors to allow their guests use their restroom. So Otumba Gaddafi identified this need. What need are you identifying? Identify the need of the mobile toilet. So he pioneered the mobile toilet company in Nigeria, and as at present, they remain the only manufacturer in the West Africa sub-region. The first wagon toilet was manufactured locally in 1999. Again, that need has also shifted, because over the last 20 years, again, we've seen parties move from streets to proper event centers. And then we've also seen the use of the mobile toilets move from roadside blockade for parties to construction sites and outdoor events. Another thing I want to talk about is Starbucks. Starbucks, these were established essentially as coffee shop. Seriously, when you look at it, what's in a coffee shop? Just to go and take a cup of coffee. But those who founded Starbucks, the first thing they did was that they hired coffee professionals, giving an experience of an air of artistry and professionalism. And instead of focusing on coffee, they branded Starbucks as something different, as a social venue, a place where people can come and just socialize. Today, Starbucks is in more than 29,000 locations worldwide, generating revenue in excess of 24.7 billion. I want to talk about Uber. Uber. You know, in Lagos those days, if you want to go out, you dress up, you come out of your house to the street. Even when you have the money to pay for a cab, we used to call it drop. You have to stand on the street under the sun or under the rain, waiting for a cab to pass, a yellow cab to pass, for you to wave it down and tell the man where you're going to. And when you tell him your destination, while you're standing, two of you begin to haggle. I'm going to Ikeja. How much? Pay me 6,000. No, let me pay you 5,000. You begin to haggle. For those of us who travel, I go to a city called Houston a lot. Houston is a city. Houston in the U.S. is a city that has no effective public transportation system. So in Houston, even if you're a student, if you don't have a car, you are essentially on your own. Uber realized this global challenge, both in Lagos, in Houston, and all over the world. And then they created this ride-sharing app that connects passengers with taxi drivers. They eliminated the hassle of booking taxis and paying the driver. Today, Uber is in more than 600 cities and spread across 65 countries. The day I realized the beauty of Uber, my spouse traveled. I'm in Lagos. She was somewhere in Connecticut in the US, and her phone wasn't working, and she needed a cab. While in Lagos, I booked an Uber for her to pick her up from Danbury in Connecticut and take her to somewhere in New York. That's the beauty of the worldwide reach of Uber. Today, Uber revenue is in excess of $11.3 billion. Then let me talk about Apple. Apple, which was established in 1976, they focused on innovation and trend creation. There was this rampant illegal music file sharing in the late 1990s. So much so that by 2003, over 2 billion illegal music files was being shared monthly. But most importantly, I remember that in Nigeria then, somebody would release a song, but you were being forced to buy the entire album. But in that album, the album may have like 6 or 7 tracks, but you are only interested in one track. So much so that when you play that album, you play that track, and then you go back and play it again. You go back and play it again, because that's the only track you're really interested in. You're not interested in the other parts of the music. Apple realized that challenge and created the Apple Music such that you can download only that track that you're interested in. So you listen to and pay for only the track that you want. Today they've sold more than 25 billion songs, an average of 15,000 song downloads per minute. And Apple revenue in 2019 is $260 billion. Now to close, I will talk about InterSwitch. InterSwitch was established in 2002. It was founded by Michel Elegbe as a switching system to connect the different banks in Nigeria and provide technology for ATM cards. If you go back to the 90s in this country, when you go to the bank, on Mondays, banks close by 3 o'clock, but every other day, banks actually close their doors to customers by 1:30. Even though staff will be there till 6 or 7 or 8 p.m., but by 1:30, they stop attending to customers. So much so that on Fridays, everybody rushes to the bank just to go and withdraw money to ensure you have some cash to hold through the weekend, because you don't know whatever eventuality may happen to you over the weekend. Michel Elegbe and his team in InterSwitch, they realized this challenge and came up with the ATM card. I remember when I got the first ATM card and I could go to the machine and just draw money. For me, I found that very, very novel, especially when you have, say, you have a Globus Bank ATM card, and you can use that Globus Bank ATM card to go and draw cash from a First Bank ATM. So what it means is that you have an account with a bank like Globus Bank, you essentially have an account with every other bank in the country, because once you have a bank account with one bank, you can access your money from any other bank ATM in the country. So with equity finance with about 200 million naira from a number of Nigerian banks, now they've integrated digital payment products and transactional services across 23 African countries. Today, InterSwitch is valued at more than $1 billion, especially after the 2019 Visa investment into the country. In closing, I will say this: women can be the rock on which a freer, safer, more prosperous Africa is built. Women just need the opportunity. Thank you very much, ladies. I wish you a wonderful conference as this continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel. That was very, very detailed. We saw the passion. We felt it. It was very palpable. That was a very detailed and inspiring conversation. And I do hope that our ladies listened and took notes. If you have any questions, please drop in the comment section, because in a few minutes, we're taking questions and there will be answers provided by the keynote speaker and our convener. For me, the major takeouts were you always have to identify the gaps. You have to be on top of your game. There are always needs that must be met. And you have to be a person of value. Change is something that is constant because we live in an ever-changing world. You have to, align yourself with the times. Look at this. We're having a virtual session today. Normally, we would have physical sessions. Times are changing, and you have to fasten your seatbelt and don't be left behind. And there are always opportunities. I listened to someone one time who said, guys, we have an opportunity. He meant to say challenge. People are used to saying there's a challenge. But challenges always, opportunities are wrapped around challenges. You always have to find a way to, create opportunities from any challenge that you find around you. So we're going to take your questions and answers now. Please tune in.
Drive can only come from within. Drive comes from ambition. How much ambition do you have? What motivates you? Some people have, with due respect, very limited ambition, and they are easily contented. Little thing they are contented, but depending on the kind of ambition you have, what targets you have set for yourself, that's what keeps you going. And for me, that is the drive I have that keeps me going. Success is a journey. Success is not a destination. So every day we keep thinking of the next project. Which next tank farm do we build? Which next petrol station do we acquire? Just yesterday we acquired an additional site to build yet a new petrol station. We are building a new tank farm in Ijegun in Lagos. We are doing a gas plant in Ijegun. We want to do a gas plant in Calabar. We just either in the pipeline or are being executed. In business, you either grow or you die. There's no remaining static. You either grow or you die. The day you stop growing, that's the day you start progressing. Because again, in any location you find yourself, it's only a matter of time. Competition will catch up with you. So as the market remains very dynamic, as the market keeps changing, you must keep investing, you must keep growing your market share to even be able to retain your existing market share.
Wow. It has been such an amazing, educative, informative, inspiring session as expected. Wow. I know that it was a very informative session, and I'm very sure that you took out a lot of inspiration, strength, and models, for execution during Dr. Ogbechie's session. If you don't know, I had worked with Dr. Gabriel for years before I resigned, and having to listen to him today, like I often tell him that each time I listen to him, there is a new set of inspiration and strength I draw from his story. You would believe with me that running a global brand, a successful global brand for 25 years is not an easy feat in the nation that we find ourselves in. And so I'm daily inspired by him, and he's a mentor to me, he's a boss, and he is someone we all draw strength from every day. When we feel down in our bad days, we just maybe look for one of his videos and just listen again and tell ourselves, if Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie could do this in Nigeria, I can't do it. So I'm very grateful that we've listened to him, and the amount of knowledge we've been able to, draw out from his session. This is the Q&A session, and I will be asking him some very serious questions. Having the fact that I know I have a personal relationship with him. He's my boss. I've worked with him. I see how he's worked. So there's no other person to give this interview and draw so much value out of him than myself, really, I dare to say. So Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, thank you for coming once again.
Thank you, Chioma.
Thank you so much. Yes, he calls me Chioma, really. Yeah, but I tell people that It's my family members that call me Chioma. People outside, I'm Yvonne. So yeah, don't be confused. I'm still Yvonne. I listened to your session, and like I said earlier on, I've worked with you, and like I don't even, for every opportunity I get to tell you, I always tell you that your story is a unique one. Is one that should model, that Nigeria should take up and, use it as a model for the entrepreneurship space in this nation. I've seen you work morning to midnight. I've seen you stay on your duties, serve people, serve your employees, make sure they are comfortable, serve your vision, make sure you deliver on your vision. I remember those times when we have meetings. We are having meetings, strategy meetings for the company, but for me, I was always taking out the knowledge for business excellence, right? You always talked about, for every time you said what things you said, you will have to speak on things relating to resilience, passion, staying through the course. You're doing whatever it is we're doing, we do with so much excellence. It leads me to my first question. Yes, the theme of this conference is, yes, you can redesign the future. If the attendees can take out 5 key things that is really proud. I know you said a lot during this. 5 key highlights that can take out with them, that this is what Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie told me. There are people that have impacted my life for the last 10 years, and I still tell the stories that I attended this conference and he said this, and I went on and ran with it, and I was able to get a grip of my vision. I gathered strength to keep moving on. So if there were maybe not 5 things, let's reduce to 3 things that you would tell our delegates from all over Nigeria today and Africa, what would it be, sir?
First things first, I believe that it is possible. It is possible. To them who believe, all things are possible. First things first is to believe. You are responsible for whatever happens to you. Take responsibility. Don't get, one thing I always tell people, don't get into a pity party. Don't get into a pity party. It doesn't change anything. Take responsibility. It doesn't matter what the circumstance of your birth is. For when you are a child, your parents are responsible for you. But once you become an adult, the circumstance of your birth and the circumstance of your child will become irrelevant. What is now important is, what do you now make out of your life? Now, secondly, there are a lot of opportunities in this country. I tell people that Nigeria is a country of 200 million people. It means, let me break it down. Come down to Lagos. Let's say Lagos is a country, is a city of, say, 20 million people. If each person in Lagos is spending just 1,000 naira, just 1,000 naira on food every day, that is 2 billion naira every day on food. That is 60 billion naira every month on food. So it means that when you wake up in your house every morning, money begins to flow through your streets. It passes the front of your house. All you need to do is come out and plug into it. Be part of the economic cycle. Do something. Don't despise your days of little beginnings. Every business, no matter how big that business is, started small. Read the story of Dangote. He will tell you his uncle, Alhaji Dantata, gave him 500,000 naira, with which he started Dangote Industries. So what it means is that Dangote, who is the richest man in Africa today, who has the biggest cement plant in Nigeria, has cement plants all over Africa, is building the biggest refinery, not only the biggest refinery in Africa. Someday that business was worth 500,000 naira. So what it takes, whether it's Zenith Bank, whether it's UBA, read their stories. Someday it was small. So believe it is possible. Take that first step and then work on it. Be consistent. Be resilient. Don't take no for an answer. And then stay the course. Once you stay the course, I believe that a day will come. You will look back and say, thank God I did this.
Amazing. Amazing. You know, whilst we're speaking, I also remember that you're such a great historian. You know your government well. He will tell you how what started. I'm really inspired by you. Thank you so much, sir. So what I hear you say is, believe in yourself, resilience, consistency, staying the course. I don't know if I've mentioned to you before, but if I had any guts to start Zetil Oil and Gas, it was because you were always saying, you can do anything. Go and do it. You can do. You just kept telling us that even as we were your staff, either to deliver on our duties or to do whatever it is we try to do. So one of the strengths I would say today that I had when I dared to start Zetil Oil is the fact that I know that you always said it's possible, and I believe that it's possible. So thank you so much for that nugget. And I like the way you also went in to explain the 1,000 model flowing through the streets. And that was a serious business idea there for any entrepreneur listening. If you decide, you understand, to make 1,000 naira off in a day, selling food products and all, you would just be fine. The next question would be a very personal question to you and Rainoil. Looking back on your journey, you've come through seasons. You've transcended seasons. You've come through recessions. You've come through a lot that I know some you even forget. Sometimes you might just sit down and be like, this thing happened sometime. Oh, God, I'm grateful. If there is one thing from your 1 to 10 years in business that you would tell a business entrepreneur or even an entrepreneur or a career woman to make sure she puts her eye on, what would be that one thing while she's trying to realign, redefine, and gather together her vision? If there's one thing you look back today between the last 1 to 10 years, Rainoil is 25 years plus or so. If there's one thing you would look back today and say because you are a mentor, and what mentors do is they make the road actually shorter for us. So the mistakes they made in 10 years, we are not expected to make it in 10 years because we have them. So what is that one thing that you would say to the audience today that they must make sure that they do, if they lose focus of anything that has to do with their vision?
I'll say it's financial discipline. Financial discipline. You can't run a successful business if you don't have financial discipline. You must be able to see money and keep your cool. As an entrepreneur, money is for production. For most employees, money is for consumption, with due respect. When the employee earns her salary, talking to women now, it's about money to feed, maybe house rent, a bit of savings there. But for the entrepreneur keeps thinking of the next project. What am I going to do with the next? When you see money, think of money in terms of the next project. Because you see, if you run a business, there's no remaining static. You either grow or you die. There's no remaining static. So you must keep growing the business. You must keep regenerating the business. You must keep investing in the business. Tony Montana, in his classic movie, Scarface, says, don't get high on your own supply. Don't get high on your own supply. Money for me is just a number. I mean, you go to the bank, how much is there? It's just a number. It means nothing. Even if I go to the bank, there's no amount of money you will tell me is in the bank that we make.
And this is a man that has a lot of money.
I have no idea about that. Okay. There is no amount of money you will tell me is in the bank that will make me buy something I did not plan to buy. No, I'm not an impulsive spender because money is just a figure, it's just a number. So you must control money. If you can't control money, you can't run a successful business. You know, in business, when you run a business, in any location you find yourself,
Yes, sir.
competition will catch up with you.
Yes, sir.
Let me say you're into talking to women now. You're into fashion, and then you have a fashion shop on Admiralty, and that shop is doing very well. When your customers come into your shop to patronize you,
Yes, sir.
and they see a lot of customers,
Yes, sir.
as they are patronizing you, they are also doing a mental calculation. Yvonne is cleaning out here. This Yvonne shop, Yvonne is cleaning out. Give yourself 6 months. Another fashion shop will come beside you.
Yes, sir.
Give yourself 2 years. Another fashion shop will come to your right.
Yes, sir.
So competition will catch up with you. But before that happens, leave Admiralty, open another shop maybe in Surulere, open another shop maybe in Ikeja. The important thing is keep growing your business. And the only way you can grow your business is through the income you make. So as you make money from the business, keep your earnings in the business and use that business. Don't make money from the business and then take the money away and be spending it upon yourself. The more you do that, the more your business begins to slide. And before you know it, that business can disappear. If you don't grow your business and give your business the capacity to withstand shock, then any little shock that comes
Yes, sir.
can take out the business, because shocks will come.
Yes, sir.
COVID-19 is a shock.
Yes, sir.
Most businesses have lost the entire 2020. Yes, we pray it didn't happen, but it has happened. NSAS has come. A lot of businesses have been looted. We pray it didn't happen, but it has happened. These are facts of life. These are facts of business. But as COVID has come, as NSAS has come, should it take down the business? We pray not. But the only way that will not take down the business is if the business over time have built capacity, have built internal resilience. And the only way you can build capacity and build internal resilience is by keeping your earnings in the business, so that when shocks come, you will have the capacity to withstand it.
Amazing. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Financial intelligence, very key, very critical to especially this generation of entrepreneurs. Especially when you find that everything is now online. You just need to click a button to do the transfer. Thank you for stressing that out. Thank you so much. Someone in the audience says, what if you identify a need, but you don't have a passion for solving it? So she's speaking to passion and running. Must she have passion to run a business? So she has identified a need, but she doesn't have the passion to solve it.
You can't run a successful business if you're not passionate about it. You must wake up every morning and be happy doing what you do. If you don't love what you do, then don't bother. Don't bother. Business is not a 1 month thing. It's not a 6 month thing. It's a lifetime thing.
Yes, sir.
It's something you do for a lifetime. It's a career thing. The way you wake up and get a job in a bank and work in a bank for 25 years, 30 years, as the case may be, and retire maybe as a director, as the MD of the bank, is the way people start businesses and run the business. And the good thing about business is that business actually transcends you. It's transgenerational.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like if you own a business, even when you retire, you can pass the business on to your successors. A friend of mine was telling me when he was leaving his job to go start his business, and he told me something very instructive. He said, I can My children can inherit my business. My children cannot inherit my job. For me, that was very, very apt. That was that was so true. So if you don't have a passion, I tell people the most important thing you need in any business you want to do is knowledge. So whatever business you want to do, I mean, if you look at Lagos, for example, if you drive from here to Ikeja, there are cars everywhere. The roads are jammed. There are properties everywhere. It's not every one of them that is into oil. It's not every one of them that is into IT. The man who is into oil is making money. The man who is into food is making money. The man who is into IT is making money. The lady who is into power is making money. So there is money. The key thing is do what you understand. If you understand oil, go and do oil. Yes. If you understand the food business, go and do food. If you understand power, go do power. If you understand IT, go do IT. So again, I can flip it to say, if you have passion for oil, go do oil. Yes, if you have passion for fashion, go do fashion. Yes, if you have passion for entertainment, go do entertainment. Yes, if I don't have passion for entertainment, but I identify a gap in entertainment, no matter how much gap, no matter how big that gap is, without passion, I can't fill that gap. So I have to go look for where I have passion and dedicate my passion into filling the gap that I've identified along those lines.
Thank you very much, sir. In summary, he has just said that passion is integral to you delivering your daily goals as an entrepreneur. And even with the business, with the companies that you work for, you need to be passionate about what you do. My last question before we round up this session, sir, would be for our women, of course. You've heard a lot about gender equality, inclusion, diversity, women empowerment. A lot of people still don't see the need why we need to, invest and do more with our women. Women are, of course, we are people of great strength. A lot of us are well equipped, well skilled to deliver on so much, but unfortunately, most times access not what we deserve. If you would speak to our audience, our women audience today, if you would tell them, anything about being a woman and fulfilling their dreams, being a woman and taking on their vision in Nigeria, what would be your roundup notes to our women today?
What I would say is women should stay the course. For me, in Rainoil, for example, we are an equal opportunity employer. We take the best regardless of the gender. If I go to my accounts department, more than 70% of our staff in the accounts department are women. And they are women because when we do the interview, we took the best that came through, regardless of their sex. I don't want to say that women should not consider their gender to be a hindrance, because it is not a hindrance. I see it as being rude if we even begin to talk about gender being a hindrance. I'm a firm believer of the fact that whatever a man can do, a woman can do. The opportunities are out there. I believe that most of the constraints, I dare say, come from within, because I've seen some women who use the fact that they are women as an excuse for not being able to do what they should ordinarily do. And I don't think that should happen. Women. As a matter of fact, if you check the exams, if you check the most graduating classes, most of the best graduating students are actually women. So I see no reason why women should not be able to achieve or get to the zenith of their career, of their business. So my encouragement to the women is to believe that they can do it and go out there and do it. Don't make excuses. Gender is not a hindrance. There are challenges in the country. There are challenges in the business world. There are challenges in the career world. Men face their challenges, women face their challenges, but regardless of the challenge anybody is facing, believe you can do it and give it your best. And I believe that by the grace of God, each and every one of you will get to, or will get your heart desire and get to the zenith of whatsoever you lay your hand on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, the GMD Rainoil Group Limited. We are so grateful to have you today. You have delivered so much value as deeply expected. Thank you for gracing our platform at the 360 Women. On behalf of the board of management at 360 Women, I want to say thank you so much, sir. We are deeply, deeply grateful.
Either you think you can or you can't. Either ways, you'll be right. That was Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, the Managing Director of Rainoil Limited, delivering a very powerful and phenomenal and detailed presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for that amazing, amazing presentation. And if you're just joining us, you have missed, but not to worry. We have a lot of other amazing speakers who got you today. Ladies, we are ready and ready for you. We're moving on to our next speaker. And remember that during any of the sessions, if you have any questions, please drop in the comment section. I'm delighted to be your host today. My name is Mojibade. Do not go anywhere. Very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our next speaker, Dr. Folake Soetan. Dr. Folake Soetan was appointed as the acting CEO of Ikeja Electric PLC effective March 1st, 2020. She is a graduate of Banking and Finance from the University of Lagos, with over 20 years of professional experience in the management of startups, sales and marketing, change management, and over 13 years in a myriad of leadership roles. Her experience spans the aviation, oil and gas, and power sectors in Nigeria and Ghana, where she honed her skills in Halliburton, British Airways, Virgin Nigeria, and Sahara Group. Dr. Folake began her sales career in British Airways as a sales account manager before proceeding to Virgin Nigeria as the head of sales. At Virgin Nigeria, Dr. Folake was instrumental to the development and implementation of the revenue optimization plan for the sales department and helped grow the airline's market share during her time as the head of sales. She joined Sahara Group in 2009 and worked in one of its key entities, SO Aviation in Ghana, as a vice president, downstream West Africa, and was primarily responsible for 3 Ghanaian subsidiary companies, managing a turnaround project, signing up international businesses, and moving the company from number 7 to number 3. She successfully led the team that established the SO Aviation and Petroleum Warehouse and Supply Limited businesses in Ghana by expanding their downstream market share beyond the shores of Nigeria and into one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. Dr. Folake's experience in change management and business turnaround saw her join the management of Nigeria's largest electricity distribution company, Ikeja Electric. Dr. Folake led a team of over 800 people tasked with developing and implementing strategies that has helped the company reduce its aggregate, technical, commercial, and collection losses from over 40% to about 26% in just 4 years, the first in the history of the Nigerian power industry. She has also helped grow the company's annual revenues from about 70 billion annually to over 100 billion this period. You are in for an amazing time. She was elevated to being the first female chief operating officer at Ikeja Electric PLC, where she was responsible for developing and implementing strategies to increase customer growth through service delivery, reduce energy losses associated with power distribution, optimization of the technical infrastructure, increase revenues, and strengthen the overall performance of the business. Dr. Folake has, over the years, garnered several certifications in various professional fields and is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, where she studied the Advanced Management Program. Dr. Folake has and continues to mentor several young men and women looking to build successful professional careers. Dr. Folake's work and experience, both home and abroad, reflects a passion to create, build, and sustain people and businesses. She is renowned for being intentional and committed to excellent service delivery at all times, which is also reflected in her belief that the world is her runway and she will see no limits in attaining success. She is bold, full of life, and clings closely to her faith in God. In another world, you will find her choosing the perfect wallpaper and curtains for a new home or racing on the Formula One track. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome the delectable Dr. Folake Soetan.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our fantastic conference this afternoon. Thank you. I'm trying to get used to the bearing here. This is the first time I'm actually having a virtual conference and actually being physical and not having anybody to kind of fuel my energy off. Anyway, thank you very much for that introduction. For the record purpose, I'm actually not a doctor. So I wonder where that came from. Anyway, let's get into it. So why are we here? Dr. Gabriel set a very good stage and gave us a good context to be able to build on what we want to achieve today in this conference. But I'd like to start by asking all of us a rhetorical question, which is, or before you even ask the question, what is my topic today? Yvonne said to me that she would like me to speak on how you can future-proof your business and your career, or your career, to stay ahead. And the topic I decided to speak on in addressing that topic is called the evolution of the modern woman adapting in a dynamic workplace. So to kick that off, my question to all of us this afternoon is, where will your job matter in 5 years? This is a question I need all of us to think about. I'm sure you don't have the answer today, but what you're doing today, would it matter in 5 years? Would you be adding the same value in 5 years? Do you have the skills that is required to ensure that you're relevant in whatever it is you do, whether as an entrepreneur or as a career person in 5 years? Okay. Now let's look at data and what data says and what the trend has also shown over time. So 10 years before now, what did we have? What are the sort of things we had? We had the sort of leadership that was hierarchical. But today, 10 years after, we have flattened structure. We have fixed working hours 10 years before. But today, what do we have? We have flexible working hours as opposed to having that fixed working hours that we had before. We have what we call the fear-based leadership style. But what do we have today? Leadership style is more empowering. It's more collaborative. It's different. 10 years before now, you had to be on site. You had to store your information on site. There was nothing compared to you having information in the cloud like we have it today. We have smarter working tools versus just having email as a work tool. Now, I'm going to show that trend 10 years before now has shown that today, reality has changed. And if you look at October 2019 and October 2020, the disruption has even shown us even more that the future is going to be different. So January this year, there was no way I could have a meeting with all my stakeholders in the same place. They always had to travel from either Port Harcourt or from Abuja. But today, all of us know that we can have a meeting in your house, in your office, and everybody's there and it's more effective. What are the things that has made this happen? These are some of the things you need to think about as you think about your career, as you think about your job, as you think about your business. Now, I'd like to speak about some of the biases that are real even today as women. Dr. Gabriel says that we shouldn't think about it as a limitation, but they're real. And I like to use data to show some of those things. Can you put that slide up? I don't know if it's up already. Can you show the slides, please? Is it up? Okay. All right. Now, the reason why I wanted us to see the slides is just data showing reality about how women are perceived and what the women is showing, what the data is showing as per the position women take in career. So in the workplace over time, what we've seen between 2015 and 2020 is women are more in the, if you look at the difference between women and men in lower roles. We have about 40-something% of women in the lower and entry-level roles. But as you get higher to the C-suite level, and you get higher to board levels, you see that women, the number of women represented in those positions are in the 20% range. And that is the reality today, regardless of the skill, regardless of the expertise that women have. And that is a reality. The truth is that in Nigeria today, Nigeria ranks 128 out of 153 countries that have that gender gap in terms of career for women. And only 20% of women own their businesses in formal sector, 20%. So on the higher level in the career is about 20%. In owning businesses that are thriving is 20%. And of course, at the director level, it's 12%. That is our reality. It's not a bias, it is reality, and data has backed that up. Now let's go to the entrepreneurs and the people that own businesses. You see that there's several companies owned by women who contribute significantly to economic growth. We have companies like House of Tara, we have companies like Rough and Tumble, we have Ebony Life, we have Futures FT, we have Flying Doctors Nigeria. And these businesses are doing extremely well, and they're run by women. Now, what does McKinsey say? The report from McKinsey says that Africa could potentially add 1 trillion or 34% to its collective GDP by 2025 if women and men play identical roles in the labor market. So facts shows that when women are given the opportunity, they do extremely well and their businesses do extremely well. But in reality, we're still a minority in that space. Now, despite the increase in the number of women that own businesses, there's still a number of challenges that face us as a result of this gender and cultural biases that I mentioned. And I'd just like to speak through some of them. So the first one, which is this gender inequality. Despite the policies, despite the laws that are in place, the issue of discrimination is still real. That's the truth. And whether we like it or not, it's important that we know that it's there. But I'm taking my time to go through some of these issues so that we are aware of what we are faced with as women. When you understand what you are faced with as a woman, then it makes it easier for you to understand what you need to do to ensure that you succeed in this economy and in this world. The second thing is, as a woman, the truth is that you have to learn to balance responsibilities. Now, demands from the home front are real. Women are the ones that get pregnant. Women are the ones that are going to carry the babies. women have a responsibility to nurture. You can't run away from that responsibility. It is your reality. So it's better you understand it. It's better we know it and we understand the implication on us trying to achieve our objective as successful career women and successful entrepreneurs. The third one is limited access to funding. Data shows that women struggle with being able to access funds that same men with same capabilities are able to access, simply because of these biases that they are women. So you have the capability, you have the expertise, you have the profile, but it's still difficult for you to get this loan or access this fund simply because you're a woman. That is a fact. That's a reality. Data buttresses it. Societal discrimination. In Africa, in Nigeria, even though it's getting better, the reality is that it is there. Now, for example, when I go for a meeting, I'm in the power sector and I'm in a male-dominated sector. When I go to a meeting with a colleague of mine that is male, almost always they reach out to the man first, thinking that he is the one that is my boss. That's my reality. Can I change it? Can I influence that? I can't influence them. I cannot determine how they think. But it is our reality, and we must know that. And the reason why I felt it's important that I really speak to this today and just show us what it means is so that once you know that this is what it is, once you understand that they're going to look at you as a woman, they're going to be snooty to you, they're going to look down at you, it doesn't affect you anymore. You're not taking it personal. You just understand that that is your reality. The last one is inadequate mentorship. The truth is that there is still inadequate mentorship for women. There's a lot being done, but it's still inadequate for women. And our job, and one of the reasons why Yvonne, I believe, is doing this conference, is to, of course, help us improve that. Now, COVID-19 pandemic was a wake-up call for many institutions and businesses, like we all know. And I think it's important that I share some of the changes that happened in this time. So, of course, remote working, like we all know, started. Reliable and flexible working hours also started. Remember when I was talking about what happening 10 years ago? What is happening? What's the trend globally? So a lot of working from home has started happening in developed countries, but it hadn't really happened or taken on as much as it did in Nigeria, for example. But now, that's a reality for everyone. For me to be able to have this conversation with nobody here, I'm speaking to an empty room, is because I'm already kind of used to having these virtual meetings in my house. That's why I can do it, because usually I like to feed my energy off people that I'm seeing, but I've had to adapt. So remote working is one of the big changes that came about. Flexible working hours. You know, with the easing of the lockdown, what we saw was that it was critical for people to be able to work flexible hours. And that is now the reality. So people can decide that, you know what, I'm not going to get up at 6 o'clock to drive to the office because it's inefficient. But they're working with flexi hours. They can decide that they want to work from 10 to 8 o'clock. And we're still achieving the objective. That is the reality. Pay incentives cuts. So as a fallout of this pandemic, businesses saw that there are a lot of monies being lost. And what they decided to introduce are things that are called pay incentive cuts, whereby you reduce the cost of transportation to your staff, and then you add it to the cost of them being able to connect remotely or being able to work remotely, and to reduce your cost. So the businesses are looking at their bottom line, and they're coming up with ways to ensure that they can still achieve their objective by reducing their cost. Employee well-being is something that has become critical at this time. Now, globally, for you to even access certain types of funds, one of the criteria is what sort of organization do you run? How are your organizations? What is their mindset? What are your staff's well-being state? How do you take it seriously? It's something that is now being seen as a criteria to access certain things. So organizations, because of these disruptions, are taking that serious as well. And of course, redundancy. There was an increase in redundancy and a restructuring of the workforce. The House of Reps went as far as introduce the emergency economic stimulus bill to provide the tax breaks to employers who retained all the employees during this period. Now, the truth is that even though these changes happened, when I go back to data and what the reports show, remember that women already had constraints as the fact that you're a woman, based on the biases I spoke to you earlier on. But after what happened with COVID-19 and there were reduction in job cuts, women were most hit as well. So data shows that female job loss rates due to this pandemic were about 1.8 times more than men. That means that it's higher than my male counterpart. Remember that based on the stats I shared earlier on, women already are in the minority. So even when there was a disruption, women were hit most. Again, another reality that we have. 4.5% of women's employment is at risk in the pandemic globally, compared with 3.8% of men's employment who already had an advantage over women. Now, so thinking about all that the women has to face and the women have to deal with, I then began to thinking about the question I asked earlier on. What do I need to do to be relevant in today's world and in the world in future? Let's look at what data is saying or what the stats are saying. As the job landscape is evolving, women need to be prepared to take on roles in emerging sectors, and they we must upskill accordingly. So 2022, the report that I looked at with Future of Jobs report in 2018, it showed what sort of skills are growing. So in 2022, the sort of skills that will be growing are financial analysts, digital marketing and strategy specialists, AI and machine learning specialists, data analysts and scientists, business development professionals, Internet of Things specialties, the business services and business administration officers, project managers, process automation specialists, lawyers, financial analysts. These are sort of skills that will be growing towards 2022. But what sort of skills are declining? What is the data showing? The sort of skills that are declining right now are administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping, payroll clerks, data entry clerks, relationship managers, legal secretaries, management and organizational skills, and so forth. Now, those are skills that are growing and skills that are declining. Now, let me link that with emerging jobs, emerging roles based on the change that is happening even as a result of this pandemic. And some of those top emerging roles are data analytics and scientists as well, which is clear based on the skills I said need to be growing, big data specialists, general and operation managers, AI and machine learning specialists, new technology specialists, digital transformation specialists, organization development specialists, information technology services. These are the emerging roles. And you can see that there's a link with the emerging skills. Now, what intrigued me was the diminishing and the declining roles. Now, these declining roles are not going to be eradicated totally. But what happens is that the need for it will go down. And if the need for it is going to go down, it's important that you know what are those declining roles and how does that align with where I am today and my skill or your skill. So we have jobs like, or roles like data entry clerks. Those roles are diminishing. Accounting and bookkeeping payroll clerks, administrative and executive secretaries, assembly and factory workers. And those are the roles that women are more today. And those roles are even diminishing. Because of time, I won't go through all the list of jobs that I have here. So for me, seeing our reality, understanding our biases, seeing the skills that are going to be required in the future that I just read out. How prepared are we? How prepared are you? What is your skill level today? What is the role you're playing today? Will you be relevant in 5 years like I asked you? So how can we continue to stay relevant and ensure that we can future-proof our career and our businesses? The first one I would like to speak about is the need for us to develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset, in other words, you should believe that with effort and perseverance and drive, you can overcome any obstacle. You must not have a fixed mindset. So all the things I have said today, they are not challenges. They are opportunities to help you determine what you need to do to be relevant now and in the future. So we must all have a growth mindset. The second thing that we must have as women is we must develop resilience and we must understand our purpose. Resilience can only be developed if you know what it means to fail. Now, a lot of people do not want to fail. A lot of people do not like to fail, but you can only build capacity or competence when you fail because you fail to get up. You fail to get up and you learn from the things that made you fail. And that's how you develop resilience. Resilience is critical to anyone that needs to succeed today and in the future. You must be a resilient person and you must understand purpose. Purpose is something that we can spend the whole day speaking about. Every single person is created uniquely for a reason. You must understand what is your purpose. Why am I here? It can't be because of you. So, for example, I'm the acting CEO of Ikeja Electric. That is just a job or a title. There are skills, there are things that people have that is in me, there are things I've learned over years. It can't just be for me to be able to say I'm a CEO. It must be for me to be able to make a difference in the organization I'm in, to be able to make an impact in the lives of the people that work with me. Because I understand my purpose, my CEO platform has given me the opportunity to achieve that purpose. So every single human being, women especially, must understand their purpose. Critical, you must know the skill gaps that you have. And you must understand the skill gap that is required, or the skill that is required to be relevant to achieve your purpose and to be relevant in the business world or in your career. And you must be proactive in developing those skills. And the truth is that developing skills, there's so many opportunities for you to be able to develop the skills that you need at this time. Another one is that we must remain savvy, tech savvy, critical. All the skills I mentioned, all the upcoming and emerging roles I mentioned, you can see that they get towards AI, Internet of Things. That is the future. You cannot ignore it. If you are aware of where you are today, you must develop your ability to be tech savvy. Critical is for you to build your personal network. You must develop a personal network because there's nobody on an island. You're learning from people. You're learning from people's mistakes. You're learning from people's experiences. And you're leveraging on the opportunity that the relationship gives you. And of course, lastly, you must think global. You cannot think local. Some of the data I shared today are data that is not just Africa-based or Nigeria-based, it's global-based. And we can see the impact even on Nigeria. So you must think global, you must plan global, and you must work towards ensuring that you are global. So with some of these things I have just shared today, my question to you, now that we understand our reality as women and the constraints and the biases that are there for us, and the skills I have mentioned that you need to upskill, and the opportunities that lies ahead as a business person or as a career person, will your job still matter 5 years from now? In fact, 5 years is going far. 2 years from now, will your job still matter? Don't wait till tomorrow to start to build the skills for the future. Start today. Start today. There are free courses. There are free opportunities online. I'm not an advocate of free, but there are opportunities, but you need to be deliberate about what you need to do. You need to be clear about what you want to achieve. And you need to make sure that the constraints I mentioned earlier on is not a hindrance to you. The time there to build your skills is now. The time there to build your skill is now. Thank you very much.
So I had called her doctor because she has the capacity. She's very intelligent. She delivered her presentation very eloquently and passionately. A round of applause for Mrs. Folake Soetan once again. Thank you very much. That was very, very, very amazing, very enlightening, very educative, and quite challenging as well, because she has highlighted the importance of capacity development, discovering your purpose. One thing Dr. Miles Munroe says is, without purpose, abuse is inevitable. So as women, if you do not know your purpose, and then what are you doing? So you must discover your purpose. You must have the longing for growth. The world is constantly changing, and you must align and keep realigning yourself with the current realities that is going on in the world. You must not be left behind. She also said your network is very important. A very important quote I always tell people is, your network is your net worth. You have to build your network. Make sure that you're getting mentors, keep growing your capacity, just expand your network, because there are people, you're not an island. You need people in your network, you need people in your space. Your network is your network. Continue to develop your capacity, continue to grow your network. And remember that your purpose is very important. You must discover your purpose. You must continue to upskill. You must continue to upskill. Very, very important. Thank you very much once again, Mrs. Folake Soetan. As we go on, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker. Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd is the Executive Director of Finchglow Group, a group of 6 companies in the downstream sector of aviation, travel, and tour industry. She oversees corporate communications, product design, and brand experience. She is a communications expert who had an illustrious career working in Africa's leading brand activation agency at the time, EXP Nigeria, and TPT Lagos, a public relations firm, where she honed her skills in public relations and media relations, working across industries, finance, FMCGs, telecoms, etc., with multinationals and premium brands like British American Tobacco, Dunhill and St. Moritz, Nigerian Breweries PLC, Heineken and Star, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Nokia, MTN, NIBS, Oceanic Bank, among several others. Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd, YBB as she's fondly called, is the Chief Experience Officer at the Yetunde Bernerd Company, a personal brand and personality development agency. Her organization specifically works with individuals and business owners that desire to define their identity and tell their unique story in order to inspire others to connect to their vision. An advocate for maximizing abilities, she is the convener of the Recall for Men Conference, the first unbiased city center conference for men in Africa aged 20 to 35, with about 2,500 plus members in its community. She is the progenitor of Recall, an identity coaching solution for those beginning or at a new beginning, workbook, ebooks, podcasts, audio CDs, and events, which are a product of over 15 years of experience in the trenches of the marketing communications industry, half of which focused on teaching, training, and coaching on self-awareness, self-esteem, and confidence, as well as building inner capacity and human connection. An author, speaker, and mediator, YBB is a UK certified life coach, MBTI practitioner from CAP, Florida, relationship image coach, and corporate image consultant trained in New York and Las Vegas, respectively. Mrs. Bankole-Bernerd is a member of the Institute of Directors Nigeria, a professional institute for top directors in the country. She is also a founding member of GAIA Africa, a private female members club for Africa's top 5 C executives and business founders. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome our next speaker, Mrs. Bankole-Bernerd.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a mouthful. Thank you so much. Hello, people. Hi, people. I am happy to be here today. I'm so excited. I hope you're ready to get this going. So my topic is changing the game from within, inside out. And I remember when I saw that topic, I was quite excited because everyone that knows me knows that I am big on personality. I am big on difference. I am big on being who you need to be. So this, I know that this is for women, so I'm going to try and scale it specifically to women. I'm going to be talking to you about maybe like about 5 or so points. So this is off the top of my head. I'm just going to, so let's go together. Just follow me on this. So I'm going to start off with a small story, and that is my story. And the story, I always share it every time I go to different places, and I say things like, I remember that when I was much younger, because I grew up in a family of 5, and I'm the last born. And then my immediate brother at the time was like 11 years older than me, obviously. Then the first one, 17 years, 15 years, 13 years. So the point is that growing up, I never really had to make any decision for myself. I never really had to do anything for myself. I thought I didn't have an opinion. But what happened is that I spent time in my thoughts a lot of times. So I would think about different things, they would say some things, I would go back and I would imagine, hey, why did they say, what did that mean? But I never really was able to tell anyone, this is what I'm thinking, or this is how. But, with time, I found that I was able to introspect a lot. When things are happening and people say, people go into a frenzy or they go into some, discomfort, I would always say, but look at it like this. And then it would be like, oh, I didn't see that. Initially it wasn't a thing until I started working. Follow me. Stay with me, okay? Everything I'm saying means something. So stay with me. I'm telling a story, but stay with me. So I remember when I started working, somehow I found myself in something that I already liked. PR, public relations, all of those things, events management and all of that. And every time there was a challenge, there was a, something to worry about. Maybe the client was upset about something, bang, they're just going to call me. Oh yeah, you go and handle that. Initially, it didn't make sense to me. I just thought, oh yeah, I would, After a while, I started asking myself, why is it that every time there's a challenge with something and the next person they call, or, something needs to be done properly and everybody is just misbehaving, excellence, quality, they know, they'll just call me, oh yeah, you, go and do it, go and work on the premium brands. And I used to wonder, what is this thing? After a while, I realized what it is. So I'm going into my first point is, who are you? What is unique about being you? So if you're saying that you want to change the game from inside out, we see the world that we live in is totally saturated, if you want to use the word saturated. So there's no new idea under the sun, meaning that everything that you think you are imagining that you want to do, there is a semblance of it somewhere. Somebody else is trying to do it. Somebody else is already doing it. So I always say to people, when people tell me things like, oh, that market is saturated, how do I get in? And I'm saying to them, it is not saturated because you are not there. Your version has not been heard yet. But how do you even change that game? How? The only way is to understand, who am I? What is unique about being me? And know that that is your only true weapon. That is the only thing that makes the difference in what A is doing from what B is doing. Your difference. I call it your difference. What is your difference? Your difference is your natural ability, your skills, your talents, your voice, your perspective, your reasoning. So, number one, like I said off the top of my head, I'm going to be giving it to you like points. So, number one, the first thing is find your difference. Who am I? How do I find my difference? So when I teach and I say to people, the easiest way to find your difference is to introspect a lot. Find time to be silent. As women, a lot of times we have so many things happening in our lives. So if it's not, it doesn't matter what age you are, okay? So there's always something happening in our lives because we are multitaskers naturally, right? But you need to find consciously, now this is not something that happens to you. You have to create time to be silent in yourself. It's not every time talk. It's not every time speak. It's not every time opinion. No. Find time to just take things that people are saying. Take things that are happening around you. Take things from things that you're reading, things that you're perceiving, and find time, silence, to honor your own difference and say, okay, what's my perspective on it? I call it breathe on it. So, breathe on things and find a perspective. Why am I telling you this? We're talking about changing the game from inside out. If you are used to spending time in your silence, noise will not be anything to you. You know why? Even though everything around you seems to be falling apart, you are centered within yourself. You have a certain, whatever happens, I will take this thing back and I will ponder over it. For some people, they call it meditating. Some people say, I will pray about it or whatever. The point is, find time by yourself to interrogate your options. What is going on here? Why, if I do it like this and that? If that's not every time panic, you cannot be so. Why am I using these words? Because I find that most of the time with women, we get overwhelmed easily. And then because of our natural temperaments as women, it is. So we express those things. What I'm saying is that it's not every time that you allow yourself to go into panic mode. Get used to finding a special time to be by yourself in your own silence, all right? So that you can understand your difference and be able to serve that difference every time is required. That's number one. I hope you get that. Number two, I always say this, that the meaning of life really is to find your gifting. And the reason is so that you can give it away. Let me take that again. So the meaning of life is for you to find your gifting, your skills, your abilities, what is different about you, what you can bring to the table. That is the meaning of the end of this life that we are living. Because if you look at, let's just look at the whole, the whole happenings of the past, of the entire year, to be honest. A lot of we've lost people that we love. And when we remember them for the things that they gave to us. And they're not material things. They're really things of essence. So their kindness, their compassion, their empathy, how they were just able to solve this problem, how they were just able to say this when I needed to hear that. So it is you realizing that the meaning of life, the entire life that we live, is so that you can find your gifting, your abilities, your skills, your different. And when you find it, it's so that you can give it away. Because you are not living until you are giving. You are really not living until you are giving. You don't want to be that person that when you leave, we don't even know. We don't even know anything happened to us. What am I talking about? Changing the game from within. See, when we are talking about within is everything that you are, everything that you have been given. So whatever you call it, I'm Christian, so I call it God. So when God sends a child to the earth, it's hope. And so when he's sending a child, he's saying, okay, this child already has these gifts, skills, abilities, talents for the world. And so people are rejoicing. Oh, a child has been born. Why? It is hope. Somebody's hoping that from this child is going to be this and that. This child is going to be that and this. But then we grow. And then we start to have stress. And we start to have, our own personal interests. And we start to have things that distract us. So the only way to change that game, whether it's in the workplace, it's in the relationship space, wherever it is for you to realize that the only thing that makes you different from the next person is everything that is within you, your skills, your abilities, your talents, your gifting, your wisdom, your voice. Okay, so that's number two. The meaning of life is for you to find your gifts. And the reason is so that you can give it away. And I say to people, so I'm going straight into the workplace now because I understand that this is for women in the workplace. So a lot of women say to me that things like, oh, I don't have equal opportunities. Or, every time I want to say something, or every time we're vying for a role, they will choose the guy over those things are real. They are real and, they're not things that to be taken trivially. A lot of people think, oh, you people are just overreacting. No, we are not. No, we are not. It is real in every sense of the word. But there's something I'm going to say to it. So for instance, someone like me, even though I am in my 40s, like I always have to, initially, I remember before I turned 30, 30 looked to me like, hey, finally 30. You know why? Because maybe I was expecting that people will now start calling me ma, or they start saying madam, So I thought that, finally, when I'm 30 now, everything is going to fall in place for me. And I remember, going for this presentation, and it was a high-level presentation. And my boss had said, okay, obviously, you are the one that you are going to take this. And I had gone there. And I saw their countenance, and I just thought, it's not today. I know people like you. Don't worry. I know what to do. So the next point I'm going to say is that lead with your expertise. Okay? Lead with your expertise and then follow through with graciousness. What does that mean? You see, when you land on a scene, you can no longer be that person that doesn't know. You do your homework. Remember, spending time with yourself is not just always just finding out what is your skills, your abilities, your talents. It's also knowing, how do I harness these things? Beyond harnessing it, how do I grow it to the level where I'm at my highest point? I honor this difference in a way that I give to it. Remember, because I know I'm going to give it away. And anything you are giving away, you can't just give away crap. You can't just give away something that is not worth anything. So you have to work on yourself to the point where when you are giving it away, even the person receiving it becomes grateful that, oh, finally I met this. You know what? I always say to people, every time you meet somebody, you know that you're leaving a part of you with them. Every time you have a conversation, you have anything with someone, you're leaving a part of you with them. So do not leave them with nothing, because you don't know what that person needs at that time. You don't know if you're ever going to meet that person again. It is an opportunity to give, to make a difference in that person's life. So be so charged up within yourself that every time you have an opportunity to meet someone, you are dropping a part of you with them. And you know why? I call that showing up, because anytime, for whatever reason, you will just come to mind. It's called the memorability factor. You cannot be that person that is just hair. It cannot just all be about hair, makeup, dress. You have to honor your difference by cultivating your inner wisdom, such that when you say a thing, we know that, okay, you have said something. This thing makes sense to me. Oh, you just did this for me. Oh, you just did that for me. That is how to change the game from inside out. So I was talking about leading with expertise. Lead with expertise, but follow through with graciousness. You see, you don't have to prove anything to anybody. You don't owe anyone anything. All you owe is love, not friendship. Okay? You need to honor, just know that all I need to do in this life, I've been given that. I need to respect and love everyone. I don't owe you access. I don't owe you friendship. And if you know that, you need to know that once you are leading with expertise, you are saying the facts. You are saying it as it is. You are giving them facts and figures, skills, abilities, every other thing. Believe me, it melts. It no longer matters. They will no longer see your size. They will no longer see your age. They will no longer see your sex. They're just going to be seeing, wow, this is wisdom. This is power. This is growth, right? So remember, every time lead with expertise and follow through with graciousness. What is graciousness? Meaning that you also draw them in. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Those are the things, we need to understand words like compassion, empathy, being in a space where it is no longer just about you. It's about knowing that I am here for a reason. What is that reason? So give and keep giving till I have nothing else to give. Do we understand that? I'm going to take 2 more points because I'm not really sure what my timing is. That's not very clear right now. So for the technical team, please check that so I can know what my timing is. It's not there. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So I'm going to give you 2 more points. And the other point is this. As women, a lot of times we feel like we have to be a certain way before people can understand what our mission is. So a lot of times we box ourselves, we become like men, we take on roles we shouldn't, we do things like that. So what I'm going to say is this, that your feminine energy is like your greatest power. What does that mean? You see, we have an ability. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. There's no need trying to be a man or trying to be. Remember, changing the game from inside out is you being in your authentic element. Your feminine energy is the energy of reasoning, of intention, of being able to decipher what people are saying, without them really saying it, of compassion, of being able to hear, to think, to feel. All of those things are the things that you should bring on board every single time. You need to understand that in the workplace setting, in any relationship, in whatever it is, your feminine energy is, and look, when I say feminine energy, I'm not talking about sexual energy, because that's the thing that we always just gravitate towards. No, I'm talking about your wisdom. I'm talking about what is different about being a woman. So these are things that, obviously, this is like how many minutes, so I cannot really readily break it down into bite sizes for you. But if you need to do that, I mean, I'm sure that you can get contact details and you can sort that out later. But remember that your feminine energy is something that you need to understand and hold on to. The final thing is for me to say to you that all that you need to be, you already are. Everything was given to you. It is based on your own ability to decide, okay, who am I? Okay, what's my difference? How do I make sure that every single time I'm serving this difference and I'm showing up as me and serving my world such that the world becomes grateful for me? That is what you have to do. So all that you need to be, you already are. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm just going to give you 2 words. Should I say 2 words? And those words are step forward. Forget it. Forget every other thing that seems to crowd your mind, that seems to want to hold you down. Step forward in your authentic energy, in your inner wisdom, in your feminine energy, in your power. All that you need to be, you already are. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for listening. My time is just about gone right now. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd. That was fantastic. I felt the energy. I could almost touch it. It was so palpable. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Just a quick recap of what she said. You have to know who you are. No matter, you must know who you are. You are you, and that is your superpower. So stop trying to be like any other person. Remember that you are you, and that is your superpower. You are unique. You are unique. You were created uniquely by God, and you must always remember that. Don't try to be any other person. Just be yourself. And in being yourself, you must find your giftings, because everywhere you go, you must drop a seed. People must remember you. The future is influence. You must always influence someone, even if it is with your smile, if it's with your warmness. Let people remember you for something substantial. When we leave this earth, let people say that, oh, she was a person of this. As a woman, don't look down on yourself and say that I can't be anything. Everything that you need to be, all that you need to be, you have been already, everything has been deposited in you already. Like she said, all that you need to be you, you already are. Remember, all that you need to be you, you already are. We're going to have a panel session very quickly, and I'll be introducing the panelists. So first, we'll have Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd, who is the CED Finchglow Group. She just gave our presentation. Please join me as I welcome on stage Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd. That's our first panelist. Thank you very much. Then next, we have Mrs. Folake Soetan, who is the acting CEO, Ikeja Electric. We had both their profiles earlier. And finally, we have Bumi George. I'll read her profile very quickly. Bumi George is a dietitian and fitness professional. She is the founder of Shredder Gang, a professional nutrition and fitness company committed to helping individuals live healthier lives and happier lives. She is an alumni of the University of Toronto, where she obtained 2 degrees. One of Africa's youngest and brightest in her field, Bumi established Shredder Gang without financial capital at the age of 24, drawing inspiration from her own personal weight loss journey and subsequent transformation. She has since grown the organization to be one of Nigeria's largest commercial health and fitness communities, replicating her testimony in many other people. A well-celebrated expert, Bumi was recognized as one of Nigeria's 100 most inspiring women by Leading Ladies Africa in 2017. She was also recognized by Genevieve Magazine as one of their top 25 women for 2018. Her passion to help people thrive physically motivates her to speak regularly on various platforms like Wimby's annual conference, Faith Foundation conference, to name a few. She was a contributor at the Guardian newspaper, Guardian Life magazine, and TW magazine, where she furthers her mission, writing to enlighten people on how to lead healthier and happier lives. Ladies, delegates, queens, I present to you our first panel session for today. Please listen and be blessed. Social media handles on Instagram, Facebook, and on Twitter at 360 Woman Africa, on Instagram at 360 Woman Africa on Facebook, and at 360 Woman Africa on Instagram. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are delighted to have you, and we do hope that you're having an amazing time. If you have any questions, please remember to drop them in the comment section. We have someone to listen who will attend to them and will attend to all the questions.
See you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
See you at Women Thrive Conference 2020.
You cannot miss it.
Oh, so what's up?
Good afternoon, ladies, and welcome to our panel discussion. It's been amazing being here. I mean, hearing both of you speak was so amazing. And I can't wait to dive into questions I have prepared to ask you from hearing all the amazing tips and skills that you've, given us today. So, right beside me, I have, first of all, let me just say that this is the power panel. I need to bring out my phone right now, take a selfie, because I feel like sitting down with greatness. So amazing. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
I have right here, I have Mrs. Folake Soetan and I have Mrs. Bankole-Bernerd, also known as YBB. I mean, you've heard their profiles already, so I didn't go over that. But I'll start by asking Mrs. Folake Soetan first, my first question. I mean, reading your profile, hearing your profile, I was like, whoa, I mean, you have such grit, such audacity. I mean, starting out at accounts, moving to Virgin, head of sales, moving to the oil and gas sector. I mean, now having other various jobs, of course, and now you are seated as the acting CEO of Ikeja Electric. What were two of your most driving forces when you were channeling your career? What would you say were your two most driving forces?
That's a very interesting question, and I never really thought about it. So a bit of background about me. when I think about my childhood, I've always been someone that's very resilient. And I'm driven by succeeding. So I want to succeed. I recall that when I was growing up in primary school, my father said he would never pay for extracurricular. And he's an academician, right? So I grew up in university environment. And there were calisthenics and there was gymnastics, and I wasn't allowed to be part of that. And just sitting down there every day after school, standing at the window and just watching people that their parents paid for them to do calisthenics, gave me a drive that they don't have 2 heads. I can do it. And that's how I learned to do calisthenics, by just watching them, and I would practice at home.
Wow.
So I think that from a child, I've always been driven by things that seem that I can't get. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah. And when I think about my career all through, I mean, from being in British Airways as a contact center agent and looking at the guys that were in the sales department, which was about 3-4 levels above me, and just liked the way they worked, I thought, they don't have 2 heads. I can do it. And when an opening came up, I went for it. For me, what's the worst case? They will say no. But luckily for me, I got that opportunity. So that has been a trend in my life in terms of you can do it. So I am a self-starter, and I don't want to also make this about me. I believe I'm a woman of faith. I believe also that I'm destined for greatness. And there's a reason God has put that grit in me. So I leverage and I pull on that grace a lot of times. So that has been also a critical factor in where I am today. I don't know if that
yes,
kind of
so perfect.
You.
So I pick 2 things. I'll say you're a high flyer, right? And you have a lot of grit. So those are 2, for me, I'll say those are the 2 things that I picked. And I'll move over to you, YBB. You are an identity coach. You are an image consultant. You have helped many women find themselves. You've written thousands of, or let me not say thousands, hundreds of articles. You've written books. How did you, I mean, you did talk about it as you started, where you talked about being the last child of 5 children and, not having to, make decisions on your own, but you just found yourself leading when you got into your career. What would you say? What would you say? How did you get there? I know that not everything is, you're not born that way, or maybe you can explain that to me. Is it innate, or was it a learned behavior? Or was it skills that you learned to come into who you are, into your identity?
So this question is is the kind of question I hear, and people say it in a different way. They say things like, how do you find your purpose? That is that question. And me, I always say, you don't find your purpose. Your purpose finds you. How does it find you? It finds you in motion. So what am I saying? I cannot say, oh, this is what I did. Oh, I woke up and I did this and I did that. There, of course, there are some skills that you must have. There are basic things, but that is never enough. It's not enough. Don't think that, oh, because I have read when I was supposed to read, or I have slept when I was supposed to sleep. No, there are other things, and those other things is in you just wanting more. And that more is in giving. So it's always a case of you just saying, what can I do? So, what can I do to make a difference? And I just found myself always in that space. So what do I mean? Even in the small things, maybe like your cousins come and they just do all sorts. I'm like, why are people doing like that? Why can't you keep it? Then it just occurs to me that, okay, it's just because you want to make it better, or you just want to make a difference. And so it's just always you being in that place to want to do more, meaning stretching yourself to your utmost. Can I do better? What can I do? Is this enough? Is there more? And just keep pushing. And when you are pushing, you just realize that good opens to you. People call it opportunities, and things just begin to happen. They don't happen by chance. They happen because you were right there in that moment. People call it preparedness. Yes, you were ready to own every good that was already assigned to you. That's what they call purpose. But guess what? You don't go looking for it. It comes looking for you. When you are already in motion, doing what you know you can do. So there's one phrase, one of the biggest phrases in my life. When I came across it, it is when people say, what are your quotes? What are the things that you like? I say, to make yourself less than you can be, that too is a form of suicide. To make yourself less than you can be, that too is a form of suicide. So that's it.
Such awesome word that you just gave. Because, I mean, finding your purpose and then in walking your purpose, actually, as you're walking your purpose, you find that your clear difference and you're able to serve that to the world, you know, and it's in that the opportunities then now come and then you can serve the world with that. I mean, there's something that my husband says all the time. He's like, opportunity meets preparedness.
Yep.
So you are preparing yourself, that the opportunity came and then now you can serve, right? So, such brilliance. Okay, so I'll go back to you now. I mean, you're working in a male-dominated industry. How's that been? How are you able to do that? Also, working with people from various backgrounds. What are some of the skills that you've built over time that's helped you? I mean, I'm sure you have over thousands of workers that you lead every single day.
That's a very good question that you asked. And I'm going to try and just say it as it is, what is happening. So remember, I don't see myself as anybody's better than me. I tell my kids all the time, you can do it. Nobody has two heads. If this person can do it, you can do it as well. So I don't see myself as, oh, I'm female, I'm limited. There's an issue, there's a problem, how can we solve it? So I don't see myself as, oh, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, right? But I don't see that. So I don't see the limitation. I think that's the word. That's one. So first things first, I'm clear about who I am, and I don't see that limitation. The second thing with leading people that, for example, have more experience than you, are older than you, is respecting people. I think that respect begets respect. If I respect somebody, it's only natural for them to respect me back. And what does respect mean? It means that I acknowledge what you have as a strength. I acknowledge you as an individual, as who you are, and I relate with you as you are. Emotional intelligence, I'm big on EI. It's something that is critical. Speak to people, treat people the way you want to be treated, right? When you need to be assertive, you're assertive. Be clear, be straightforward. Expectations should be clear. This is what is expected of us. This is what I expect of you. So when you don't deliver to what I expect of you or what we both agreed, I can have a clear conversation with you without me disrespecting you. And of course, applying EI, which is emotional intelligence. So for me, because I don't see limitations, I don't see myself as less than anyone or anybody being better than me. In fact, I take inspiration from someone that's doing something very well. So if it's a guy that's doing very well, I acknowledge you. Oh, you're doing this. How can I learn? I have a learning spirit. I'm always wanting to learn. It doesn't matter that I'm the boss. If you know it, I want to learn from you. And see, if I'm respecting you, if I'm aware of how my actions will make you feel, which is EI, and vice versa, and I'm also not proud about, or I'm not worried about saying I don't know, then I can work with you. It builds confidence, and I'm better for it. So those are some of the basic principles, that I think I've applied in this my world. And like you said, it's a male-dominated space. What has happened is that the men began to respect you when they see you're not afraid. You're not afraid. I can do it. What do you want to do? Okay, let's roll our sleeves. I wear my boots. Let's go together. What are you going to do that I can't do? Do you get? We're having the conversation. I'm arguing with you. I'm taking you on. I have a brain. Oh, I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, explain it to me. They respect you. It's mutual. So I don't see it.
That's so brilliant. I caught three things that you said. Being teachable. Being able to say, how can I learn this? Respecting as well. And owning, for me, owning who you are. I'm a woman doesn't mean I have any limitation. Absolutely. This is who I am, and I can harness it.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So I'll go back to you, YDB.
Before you go back to me, she said something. And then, that's from what I was saying, is leading with your expertise. You know, a lot of times as women, we are already defeated before we even start. So you're already saying, hey, it's because I'm a woman, they're going to do this. It's because this is, and this is you just saying, you know what, I'm who I am. It's okay. I'm a woman. Moving on. Well, did I say I'm a man? Come on. You know, like, and then I remember that I had some older women friends, and they had said to me, oh, like she was, I think, sent to do some presentation, and they were all men, you know, very powerful, high level. And she showed up in a hot pink suit. And she said when she walked in, hot pink, like, I'm a woman, but you guys are going to hear it today. I mean, she started spitting fire. They were like, they didn't even see this. You know, it's not about that, guys. It's really about leading with your expertise, owning your energy and showing up as you. Beautiful. I really love that.
Thank you for that. I mean, the question that I have for you is, what do you say to women who say that they have tried everything that there is to try, but they are not productive? How does wholesomeness affect your career objectives?
Wholesomeness. So wholesomeness affects your life objectives. So this is beyond career. And I always say that you've got to be whole, or you've got to have something to give. Otherwise, I have a friend that always says that it's the person that is well that can donate blood, right? So you cannot be giving from an empty well. So people say, when you said this, that you've tried everything, what does everything mean? So I think it's, first of all, even understanding what are your priorities, what is important to you, what are your values, what are your beliefs, what's your belief system, what does worth mean to you, what is self-worth, what is, economic worth, what does it mean to you? And so for some people, when they say, I have tried everything, it's because their perspective of what worth is, their perspective of what success is, they feel like they're limited in that. So there's not one whole person that is whole from every other person's perspective. Wholeness is so personalized because it is something that, for instance, so this is Folake here. She may feel whole with, just because she has 2 kids. She may feel that but somebody else looking at her and say, she's whole because she has a job, she has a husband, she has this. It may not be those things. So you have to find what is working for you. First of all, if you're in that place, you need to recalibrate. You need to know that, let me even just strip it all away. What do I really want? What do I really want? What is really important to me? How do I get these things? Who can help me? What do I need to do? I think it's stripping the layers. So we can't really start from here all covered up. We have to strip, because beneath all of that, so many things are packed in there. Absolutely. So many things. And so it's really stripping all those things: self-worth, self-esteem, relationship, family. What does relationship mean to you? What does family mean to you? So I always say to people, so for instance, I say that family is different from relationship. In the sense that family is family. You are given, right? Or if you have an immediate relationship, is those ones that you seek out. Those ones that you either seek out or they seek you out. And they're the ones that help you on your journey to becoming. Your journey of influence, of impact. Those things are intentional. You don't just stumble upon relationships. You plan for them. You say, this is where I want to go. This is my goal. These are the type of relationships I need. Who is that within my space? Who can get me here and here? So these things that you're saying, trying everything. No, you have not, honey. You have not tried every single thing there is to. You have not yet broken it down. What do I need? What's important to me? What am I looking for? How? Who can help me?
I love that you went on this journey, because it brings me to my next question that I was going to ask you. So I'll just ask her before I come back here, right? It just, the perfect channel leads me. I'm going to read exactly how I wrote it. Some people don't realize that they need to make changes. They think it comes from people naturally. Are there some self-assessments that can get women started on this journey?
So many assessments. Like, if it's assessment, I always say this, the first assessment is yours. Is the assessment of, let me be true to me. What is really happening? What's really going on, right? So the first assessment, beyond all of the assessments out there, it is your personal assessment and saying, what is really going on? What do I want? What is important? What's going on with me? How am I feeling? Acknowledging your feelings. So I always say to people, go into your feelings, not away from them. You don't decide, I want to feel this way. I also want to feel unnecessary. I just want to. You don't decide those things. When you feel that, you see, so this is, I'm Yoruba, from Yoruba tribe, okay, in Nigeria. And My mom always says that Ara man bias, or Ara is like your body. She says your body is speaking to you. I call it your spirit, your wisdom. It's speaking to you. It's telling you, there's something going on here. And you're saying, I don't know. So you see, there's so many. We honestly need to be true to ourselves. There's so many things that are going wrong in our lives, and we're just pushing it and covering it. And so the first assessment is assessment of self and saying, what is really important to me? How am I feeling? What is making me feel this way? What happened in that place? How did I feel? If I had done this differently, would that have happened? If I had said that, would this have happened? Create scenarios, introspect. Those are the first things that you do before you now start saying, okay, I'm looking for identity coach. Why will you come and help me? See, all of my life has prepared me to be who I am today. I did not just wake up and drop here. I realized that, just like she said, these things, they're not, for me, when you're asking people, your friends or people that relate with you, they're not going to be saying different things about you. What do you think about me? Why are you friends with me? They're going to say things that are similar. You know why? You have cultivated is your natural abilities, that gifting, talent, skill, ability that was given to you from when you were dropped on this. Take. When God says, take, this is a child. The child has come with all of the giftings, abilities, skills. Guess what? You have natural things that help you to grow it. But when you get to a point, it's your duty to rise to your greatness. If you do not rise, it is your fault. It's not because this was working, that wasn't working. You have seen people that have risen from darkness, deep down darkness, and they have become the world's greatest influences. So you really do not have an excuse. It's not because, I grew up in Nigeria. Poverty came. This and that. You have no excuse. Under the earth, under the sun, you don't have any excuse not to be who you can be. So guess what? Who you can be so many things. But the point is this, you decide. It's even your choice. I want to be this, I want to be that. Or you don't want to be. So there's so many things. When you say assessment, the first one is you, first of all, saying, okay, what do I really want? What is important to me? What is going on with me? How can I? Then you start that journey. And see, when you wake up to that, everything that you need just gravitates towards you. And you begin to see it. So you know how sometimes you want to buy a car. You didn't know that car existed. All of a sudden, everybody in Lagos is driving that car. You know why? You just became awake to it. And so it was coming to you. So once you awaken to your own, okay, this is where I am. This is where I need to be. Everything you need comes towards you.
Ladies, this is what happens when you sit down at the feet of greatness. Such amazing. I hope you guys are like a hungry lion right now, because I know I am, and just eating as much as I can in the short time that we have. Such brilliance. And then I'll come back to you. I have, I think, 2 more questions for you, and then we'll start to round up. But the first one I want to have with you is, you are big on family. You're big on your faith. You're big on excellence. You're big on volunteering and mentoring young women and men. How are you able to balance everything? I don't want to only talk about
it must be
family, because there are a lot of women here who are, probably single or single mothers or, divorced, or, how are you able to live a balanced life with doing everything? Your friends pulling from you. You have friends who say, oh, let's chill this weekend. You have children, your sons have soccer or swimming or something, or your child is going to Dubai for a presentation. Or how are you able to do all of this and then still find time for your relationship with God? Because it's something that you talk about very, very openly about your faith. How do you do all of this? Because lots of women find that, I can't kill myself, one more shall die. Or, let me hear from your own perspective. How are you such a power woman?
Oh, okay. Is there anything like balance, really? Is there really balance? The truth is, I tell people that I'm very intentional, very deliberate. And anyone that decides that they're going to be deliberate, then they're going to make out time, or they're going to plan how they are going to try and find balance. And I use the word try, because something must give at some point. But you can find a way of, trying to achieve everything. So I'll just have to use myself and what has happened. So I don't want to talk about kids, but I have kids. My kids, thank God, my kids are older now. So they don't need as much attention as they needed when they were younger. So now it's more work that is draining me. But then, because I know work is draining me, you spoke about faith. I know that my faith is critical. I'm a woman, as I said, I'm a child of grace. And I believe that God has equipped me to be the best that I can be. So because I understand that God is critical to me achieving these different parts of my life so that I can fulfill purpose, I'm deliberate about making that time. So I create that time in my schedule, or whether I'm in the car, whether I'm in the meeting, I need to be saying some words. I have some Bible verses I'm speaking to myself to help me, to encourage me. As for the work itself, it's important that I succeed, because in succeeding in the work, that is being able to take on the challenges that come, I'm fulfilling purpose, because I'm telling another woman that if I could do it, then you can do it. So that is important to me. So I'm deliberate about, I can't be seen not to achieve that. So I will have to, put in the work that is required to ensure I achieve that balance. In being able to achieve that balance, for example, I just started working out. I didn't used to work out before. But then I realized, I understand that this is where I'm going. I need to fulfill this purpose. I need to be a successful CEO. I need to look good for my husband so he's not distracted outside. I need my children to be proud of me. And exercise is important to that. So what do? I become deliberate about it. I create the time. It's 30 minutes. I go on YouTube. I find the exercise routine that works for me. And because I see the benefit of it, I'm encouraged. So what am I trying to say here? It's not easy. But if you decide what is important to you, and you're clear about what it is you want to achieve, and it's not about me. Remember, my purpose is, it can't be about me. It is about me making a difference. And Folake, the people that are looking at me, they want to leave their marriage, but if they see that Folake is in a marriage, the fact that I'm in my marriage, I have to make that sacrifice for them. So I'm deliberate, because purpose must be fulfilled. I must have children that are grounded. I must make the effort to try and find things that will give me, help me to be able to instill the right values in my children. I must be a successful executive. I must ensure that I upskill to be successful. So because I know what I want to achieve, it propels me to try and find that balance. But it's never 100% like that. Sometimes it's this way, sometimes it's this way, but I'm rounded, and it's work in progress. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just trying to share what I do.
It does make sense. And for me, what I see is rhythm. Is you're finding rhythm. And I hope that with that, you ladies have gotten a lot of insights from this panel session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was amazing.
Asking
you questions that I have, called down myself.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tara. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Okay. Thank you.
Incredibly amazing. I have had such an amazing time listening to powerful women give us amazing insights on how to be better. One thing that has remained constant is that you must be a person of value. You must be a person of value. And how do you remain a person of value? You must continue to develop your capacity. Thank you so much to all our panelists and our amazing moderator. Thank you so much. It has been an amazing day. And I hope that everyone is having an amazing time as well. And that you are taking down all these points. These powerful women have come all the way just to make sure that you have an amazing and entertaining and inspirational time. And I hope that you are picking all the nuggets and noting them down. Very quickly, we're going to move on to the next segment. And we'll have the convener of today's event just talk to us about what 360 Women Africa is about. When I started, I said 360 Women Africa was created to solve social issues around women. And they do that by women empowerment. Different initiatives. And today is one of them. I really hope that you're having a great time and it has been worth your time. Because for me, even as the host, it has been worth my time by all means. Please remember to drop your comments and your questions in the comment section. Let's feel the energy because I'm feeling the energy from these speakers. We want to feel your energy as well. Just drop nuggets, drop things that you have learned. Remember to follow us on social media, on Instagram at 360 Woman Africa, on Facebook at 360 Space Woman Space Africa, and on Twitter at 360 Woman Africa as well. If you have questions, if you have comments, if you have feedback, just let's feel the energy in the comment section. Please drop your comments and we'd love to hear from you. We hope once again that you're having an amazing time because I'm having an amazing time. We'll have our convener very shortly speak to us about 360 Women Africa and just tell us what it's about. Please enjoy and listen. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Mojibari and I'm excited to be your host today.
The session so far. Are you a woman seeking to develop her capacity, build a credible and functional and timely skill to thrive in today's world? Are you a woman trying to gain exposure and collaboration? Are you looking to grow a sustainable business? Are you a woman hungry for growth and seeking for a vibrant community of women who support, encourage, and cheer each other on as they journey to greatness and generational impact? Look no further. 360 Women Africa community is where you should belong. 360 Women, once again, is focused on developing and equipping women with personal leadership and enterprise skills to thrive in a modern economy. For the past 6 years, we have directly engaged through our online and offline programs over 11,000 women, and we can't wait to have you on board. Join us today by clicking the membership subscription link on your screen now to become a member today. Few of the benefits of becoming a member of a community include, but not limited to, access to local and global job opportunities within diverse industries, access to local and global grant opportunities, access to fellowshipping and collaboration, media trends and exposure for career and business growth, free access to our monthly webinar meetings with top executives, training and volunteering opportunities, networking, highly discounted conferencing as today, and skill acquisition programs. We can't wait to have you on board. Please join us now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am a spoken word poet by the name Ivy Quake, and the piece I will be presenting today is The Indigene. I hope you enjoy. I am black, colored with a skin whose marks don't only scream stretch marks, tribal marks, marks from my mother's beatings, but tradition mixed with modernity, a perfect trademark. I don't conform to the pressures of Western culture, but stick to my roots, the African culture. I am bold in Iroti Buba. My belly bounces in Amalang Begiri. My saliva spills like lava at the taste of Nkwobi. I take pride in the Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, and over 200 ethnicities in my land. You see, I am the backbone that has refused to break. I am not a monkey on display for tourists, neither am I the image of poverty. I am the future of Africa, and I wear that without a face mask. My true skin speaks louder than a false identity. I look back through culture which bears the hunchback of old folks, old law, and even folklore, who secure traditional history has tales to be told. Let's take a moonwalk down to our colonial era. The scribble for Africa amongst our colonial masters brought slaves, and with it a slave mentality. Thought we broke this up in 1960. Do we see ourselves as we should, or do we see ourselves as they did? Slaves who couldn't speak up at the face of injustice, thanks to our nationalists who sped up political activities to activate freedom in its mentality. Thanks to Christian missionaries who triggered the need for liberty, thanks also to democracy, sweeping off tyranny and the hierarchy of injustice. I hail from Nigeria, the giant of Africa. Why don't we cradle back to our mother's arms, where true leaders walk the land? True leaders don't cower back. True leaders don't corrupt but correct. True leaders seek to serve and not dictate. True leaders don't prey on the passion of people, where true leaders emulate real leadership. I hail from Nigeria, the giant of Africa. We haven't lost that title based on the detriment of our leaders. Though our wonderful deeds may have fallen down like deciduous trees, let's stick to our roots. Follow doctrines over dictates. Seek discipline over the seat, principle over politics. Let our true skin speak louder than a false identity. And I speak for a handful, that we are the future. Let true independence speak in our voices, because to fear the future is to be fearful of freedom. Let women occupy spaces in sectors meant to segregate. Let the youth receive an awakening that we are the future. Let our true skin speak louder than a false identity. Thank you.
There's a popular saying that goes, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. As women, we must consistently remind ourselves that we are illimitable, and we should never, ever limit ourselves, because we are the future. Today has been very, very, very interesting for me, and it gets even better. We have our next speaker, our next second keynote speaker, Mrs. Fela-Durotoye. Fela-Durotoye is a beauty entrepreneur who pioneered the professional makeup industry in Nigeria in the late 90s. She is the founder and the current CEO of House of Tara International. She's considered a major force in the Nigerian female entrepreneurship community, having created an impact business that has empowered tens of thousands of beauty entrepreneurs through the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative. She continues to be a thought leader and a major influencer through several in-classroom and online courses that focus on sharing her 20-plus year experience with other budding entrepreneurs. As a game changer in Nigerian business, Tara has served as a powerful role model for women in business and worked as an advocate for creating awareness of the importance of building businesses that positively impact society. She is a huge advocate of impact entrepreneurship and is considered the poster girl for female entrepreneurship in West Africa. Under her leadership, House of Tara emerged one of Jobberman's best 100 companies to work for in Nigeria in 2017 and continues to be considered the #1 indigenous makeup brand for Nigerian women. She has received several national and international awards for her contribution to the industry and active role in entrepreneurship and empowerment. The Most Outstanding Businesswoman of the Year 2018 by the African Economy Builders Award, Abidjan. Also in 2018, Tara Fela-Durotoye received the African Makeup Icon by Ghana Makeup Awards as well as the Leadership Award for Entrepreneurship by Harvard Business School Association of Nigeria. And the most recent, which was in 2018, was the Award of Excellence for Social Impact and Job Creation, a national recognition by the Vice President of Nigeria. In 2013, she was on Forbes' list of 20 young power women in Africa, and more recently in 2020, top 50 Africa most powerful women alongside the President of Ethiopia, Salem Wok Zoed, Chairman of First Bank, Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Chimamanda Adichie, Lupita Nyong'o, Obi Ezekwesili, amongst others. She is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, Yale University, the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, and the 21st Century, and the Harvard Kennedy School, having completed the Global Leadership and Public Policy in the 21st Century. She is a member of the France-Nigeria Investment Club, which was incorporated in 2018 by the French President Emmanuel Macron. She serves on several boards, which includes Bridge International Academies, So Fresh, Neighborhood, and African Women Entrepreneurship Cooperative in New York. She is an associate member of Women in Management and Business. She was recognized by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader in 2013, and she also was recognized by Choiceful Institute of France Top 100 Young African Business Leaders Under 40 in 2014. Tara enjoys gardening and loves experiencing new cultures and meeting new people. She is happily married to Fela-Durotoye and is blessed with 3 sons. Ladies, delegates, and queens, please join me as I welcome our second keynote speaker, Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, for an amazing session.
Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies. It's great to be here. Thank you, Choma, for the invitation and wonderful panel. The last panel had my very good friend, Folake on. It's great. It was lovely to see her and to just hear some of their thoughts. It's going to be similar to some of the things I'm going to be sharing today. So we started 2020. And all of us, I think because of the fact that it was 20 and 20, we're all very excited. We're excited that there was, a new year and that there were new possibilities. And people were pumped up. I'm sure you were pumped up because I was pumped up. I remember going away on retreats, and the hotel room where I was staying, I didn't realize after 5 days, I had gone on a personal retreat. And as I was walking out of the room, I looked behind the door and I realized the room was actually 2020 because I didn't come out of the room the entire time I was there. So I didn't know that my room number was 2020. It just hit me at that moment. And it just said to me, this wasn't a coincidence. And I'm sure that many of us also had different signs at the very beginning that made you feel like 2020 was amazing, was going to be amazing. But 2020 has been a year and a half. And by all means, for us, I've had the first time in my life that I've had so many people die at the same time. Like, I don't think in my entire 43 years of being on earth that I've known so many people die in the same year in short periods of time. And I know that death and grief takes so much out of every human. And then to now have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, incredible. For someone who's run a business for over 20 years, we had to shut down business for almost 3 months. When I say shut down business, I mean literally not generate an income. And when you have almost 200 employees that you need to pay their salaries, it's not a joke, because you're talking about 200 lives, you're talking about 200 families. And so I wanted to share something with you. I wanted to tell a story, but hopefully help you to see practical steps that I have taken. Because there are some of you here who may not have a business that you've run for 20 years. And you may not have 200 employees, but you may have 3. You may have 5. You may have 10, or you may have 50. Or you may not even have any at all, but you aspire to have. There are some of you here who have children. And I'm going to share with you the challenges of this season, because we're redefining the future. The future is here and is not going to change. Today, we're organizing a conference where we're sitting in an empty hall and projecting. That never happened before, because it seemed like it had to be this way. We've had vandalism. I'm sure some of you have heard about my store in Surulere that was vandalized. I mean, if you walk into the mall, it was like a war zone. Everything totally destroyed. We're talking about economic assets. People who have invested, sometimes their life savings, they borrowed from the bank, set up shop, and then they are looted. Everything is taken. And then not only is everything taken, everything is destroyed, meaning shop fittings are destroyed. And you wonder, if you took everything, why do you have to break the mirror? If you took everything, why must you smash the glass? Couldn't you just have taken everything and left? No, there was something that said, I will take from you, but I will make sure that you feel it to your bones. The question is, if anybody had told me that Nigerians could do this to Nigerians, I would say no, because we're loving people. We are this and we are that and the other. But here it is, 2020 was telling me something different. 2020 was telling me something different. 2020 told me, number one, you will have your business and you will have nearly 30 stores. But those 30 stores, in a period of 2.5 months, they will not be opened. Which means that every stock that you have in those stores and every employee that you have trained to service customers will not be able to interface with their customers for a period of 3 months. It also said to me that every stock that I had ordered that was on the way will not be able to arrive in Nigeria because customs was not working, because the airports were shut. It also means that if any employee gets COVID, you are talking about someone that could have lost their life. And these are the things that were going through my mind. In this 2020 that was supposed to be this exciting year, that was supposed to be a remarkable year, no. I sat in my house on a Saturday morning and I got a call from a friend of mine. And she was crying and screaming on the phone. A good friend of ours had just died. And young. Why? Was she ill? I checked my phone. When last did I chat with her? I saw our chat and I knew that this wasn't normal. But it was from her to another person, to another person, to another person. And we look at what happened in the last 2 weeks in October. Just after we had reopened for business, September came, people were paying school fees, so business was not as great. October was going to be our outstanding October. We were so excited about October because we felt that by the time October comes, people will be more interested in getting our service, paying for the service, buying our product. And now our stores were opened across the country. And then voila, there was EndSARS, the protest. And soon enough, Lagos was shut down for 1.5 weeks. That is daily income and daily revenue gone. And just when we were about to come out of the 1.5 weeks of revenue depleting, I get a call that Daniel Ogusoya shopping complex has been vandalized and looted, and not a store was spared. I said, well, I can understand why people will steal from ShopRite. It makes sense. ShopRite has food, has this, has that. Or this other shop has electronics. But makeup? Who will steal makeup? I don't think so. We go there, and they've emptied the store. Not only have they emptied the store, they took the computer, took the POS, and you wonder how are they going to use it? Are they going to swipe card into it? Into which account, right? POS, the safe that has cash sales, and anything that represents CCTVs, all were taken. And you will think, with all this back to back to back, as an entrepreneur who has experienced this in 2020, should I still be standing? And should I still have my head screwed on tight? And I do. I do, not because I'm not experiencing challenge. And that's why I told the stories of closing down almost 30 stores in a period of 2.5 months, which means that you don't sell, you don't generate money. When you are a CEO and you have 200 people you've been paying their salaries for a long period of time, in 2.5 months, when you don't generate, those people still have to get paid. How do they get paid? That is the end of sleep. If you've ever owned a business and you've ever had to have 1 or 2 people who you're paying, you won't sleep at night. And I started realizing I was going on a downward spiral and I couldn't control where I was going. And I'm sure there are some people here who are also experiencing that. You're experiencing moments where things are out of your control. In building a business in Nigeria, you always feel that as long as you can manage yourself and leave government out of it, things will be fine. There was no you. There was no government. There was nothing you could do. The only thing that you could do was sit at home. And day in, day out, you couldn't do anything. And so I'm looking at this period from March to April to May, and then having the personal losses of lives of friends that you know, people that you know closely, and then the panic gets in. And I started sleeping and waking up in the middle of the night with what they call panic attacks, because I was wondering who was going to die next. I was wondering when we will be able to go back to do business. Will there still be a business after this? Because with every store, you have a different landlord. And the rents that expired in February the landlords will not call you to say, do not pay the rent. The rent that expired in March, the landlord is not going to say, don't pay the rent, even though those stores were not open. PXCN is not going to say that we're not going to charge you for power. They will still charge you for power, which means that these recurring expenses continue regardless. So I asked myself one day, why am I waking up with anxiety? Why am I waking up sweating? What I saw was I was losing control of myself. And in speaking to so many people over the last 2 weeks, I have realized that what people are experiencing now is what I experienced a few months ago. And the question for me was, what did I do to get out of it? By the time I walked into my store, people said to me, you have courage to go in and look at that sort of destruction. I walked in there, yes, afraid that I may react, I may break down, but I didn't break down. I didn't break down because I was prepared for that moment, even though I didn't know that I was. And so, in speaking to many people, I found that people are disoriented. There are many people that want to leave Nigeria because for them, there is no longer hope. But we cannot redefine the future outside of Nigeria as Nigerians. That's the truth. There is no house of Tara without Nigeria. That's the truth. And as long as we build businesses within the context of Nigeria, Nigeria must be fixed. And it can only be fixed by us, Nigerians. So when I looked at all the damage that was done, I didn't see hoodlums. What did I see? I saw discontented, disenfranchised citizens of Nigeria who have been left by us, the educated, us, the enlightened, us that were taught about democracy in school, us that were taught about the roles of government, us, who many of us are also Christians, some of us Muslims, and we have been mandated by our faith to speak against injustice. Is there injustice in Nigeria? Yes, there is. When government is supposed to fund schools and does not, that's injustice. When government is supposed to provide health care and does not, that is injustice. And those of us who have the knowledge that understand the role of government, no matter how young we are, when we don't speak up, we are not speaking up for the injustice. And so the lives that are lost in hospitals that should have saved them, those blood is on us as Nigerians. No matter where you go to, whether you go to Canada or not, it is on you and it's on me. So I can look at all that and say government did bad. IG of police should have been there. And I can say and continue to speak from now to tomorrow. But the change will only come when we decide that the future of Nigeria is in our hands and that we have to change our behavior for us to see a difference. And what am I saying? We have to integrate those people. If you have the opportunity and you live in a vicinity, there's no vicinity that does not have a slum around them. Galvanize people within your community and begin to talk to these people. Engage them. Don't pretend like they don't exist, because they do exist. And the same way they came and looted at our shopping complex is the same way they will loot your house and my house. In a short period of time. We saw it during the xenophobia. We saw it during Occupy. Every time there's a discomfort, anytime there's a light uprising, this will happen to you and I. And as long as you are on this call, if you're a woman on this call, listen to me. There is no business that you can build. There is no career you can build in Nigeria without the poor and the disadvantaged being cared for, because they are coming for us. And so my charge for everyone who's here today is take the time to remember that we need to integrate. If you're having conversations with your friends today, 3 of you, 4 of you, 5 of you, take the time to say, what does this slum need? What does this environment need that we can provide? Is it to do lessons for the children? Is it to teach them English, find the curriculum? Is it to go there every month to teach a subject? Is it to deprive ourselves of a new wig and take the money and provide food? You will say that's the responsibility of the government. Unfortunately, we have a government that does not work. And guess what? When there is a crisis, it is not the government, it's not Asurok they are going to. They're coming to your house. They're coming to your shop. And if every one of us decides to adopt one community, one child, and it's not just about plenty of money, it's the little things that count. I heard a story about a supermarket that wanted to be vandalized. And the youths around that community said that store could not be vandalized. Why? Because during COVID, that store provided food for them. Let's think about the poor and the vulnerable. We can't build businesses without thinking about the poor and the vulnerable. Now, going back to my story of how did I come out of this period? And there are many people who are feeling that way. Listen, your creativity has been stolen from you. You now have lethargy. You are finding it difficult to move from where you are because of the state of your mind. There are 3 things I want you to focus on. I want something practical that you can take with you. Folake made a statement about physical exercise. In this period where there's so much disorientation, do not take your physical health as a joke. Physical, yes. If it's 20 minutes every day, you must do one exercise. Do something. Because every day that you are emboldened, you are surrounded with the negative news that you are hearing, you are disoriented. You don't know what is seeping into your system. Every day that somebody tells you about something that is going wrong in one place or the other, you get more sad, isn't it? That is our reality. But to combat that, before you step out of your house, make sure that you have done some exercise that has caused you to sweat. What happens when that happens? Dopamine. Hormones that keep you excited come up because you exercise. Don't take it. It's no longer about weight loss. No. Weight loss is still far. We're not talking about weight loss now. We're talking about your mental health that is tied to your physical being. So as a person, we are three. We are body, we are spirit, and we are soul. Your body is like your phone, the handset. That handset, without the handset, without the package, without the machine, nothing can be done. But at the same time, you must also have the operating system of that phone, whether it's the iOS or the Android. Without that operating system, the phone still cannot function. And that is your mind. Guys, there is so much out there that is going to even make our mind warped. Access to social media, comparing ourselves with one another constantly. Because every time you open the internet, is somebody selling a message, somebody is selling a market. The market could be better than you, and you buy it. The market can be, you are useless, and you buy it. But somebody is selling markets every day. Every day you go on Instagram, and you look on somebody's page, there is an agenda. The agenda could be to make you sad. You may not know, but you buy it. You get off social media, and you found out that your spirit is dampened as a result of it. There will be no future if we don't take a hold of our mind. And how do you take a hold of your mind? Affirmations. Don't get out of your house without telling yourself who you are. As a woman, what your capabilities are. Do your strengths assessment test. Identify what your strengths are. Tell yourself, these are my strengths, and this is what makes me special. This is what brings value to my society and my community. This is what my friends have said about me. This is what my mother has said about me. Make sure that those affirmations are repeated over and over again before you step out. Lastly, your spirit. You're not the one that brought yourself to this world. There's a manufacturer. That manufacturer is the owner of the SIM card. Without the SIM card, the phone ain't working. So my sisters, this is a time to get closer to the manufacturer. Listen, he's a father. He's interested in a relationship with you. He is following you every day. He just wants you to follow back. All I'm just saying to you, say a short 5 seconds prayer every day. 10, 15, until the time begins to grow. But say the prayer that you need to pray. But you need to arm yourself to redefine the future. You need to arm yourself with physical fitness. I have been exercising now for 93 days non-stop. 93 days non-stop. And it's the reason why I can face the challenges of running a business in this time and tell you I can still succeed. If you spend time exercising, ideas will come to you. I told you about what happened at the earlier months in the year. One of the days I was exercising, I got this idea to engage a partnership. Immediately I called the guy. He said, I have been thinking about this, but I did not think of calling you. That is the power of physical exercise. You will begin to have ideas that you can implement. And the biggest deal we've done in many years, because of that transaction, it is possible. And so I'm calling every single woman who's out there. There is no future without Nigeria. And Nigeria needs to be fixed. But there's also no future without you being okay. And for you to be okay, it's no longer going to be church and prayer. It's going to be you and God. Something personal that is between you and God. It's not going to be only the spiritual, it's also going to be the mental and the emotional. Because there is so much going on out there that is driving and calling for your mental health to be warped. And you have to be militant about taking a hold of it. But lastly, don't take your physical health as a joke in this time. Exercise. Exercise. Do something that works. But like I said, she goes on YouTube. I don't go on YouTube. I walk for 1 hour every day. And I do planks. Now, Folake does Bupi challenge. She does the planks. She does aerobics. In short, she does everything you can think. The only thing she doesn't do is walk. But you find what works for you. But do it. But you find what works. I am not doing physical exercise because I want to lose weight. I'm already skinny enough. If I try and lose weight, I'll be finished. I'll turn to bonga fish, right? So it is not, it's not just about physical health. It's also about the impact the exercise will have on my mental well-being. My charge to you is that there's no redefining the future if we do not take care of ourselves. 360 Woman is all about personal development. And for you to take the time to develop yourself across board, physical, mental, or spiritual, then you can truly be the 360 Woman. I would like to explain something about one of my keywords for this year is resilience in my closing. And I checked the dictionary for the word resilience. It says it's the capacity to recover quickly from difficulty. So there's no resilience without difficulty. It means that every single one of us, for us to be resilient, we will have to experience some form of difficulty. And if you're experiencing some form of difficulty like I have experienced, but still standing, but still thriving, then you can experience difficulty and still thrive and still grow. Somebody saw my video when I went to visit my looted stone. And she said, it is too early for me. She said I needed to take some time to grieve. And I said, I've grieved already. I grieved at the beginning of the year. I'm not grieving anymore. It's time to look at the situation and say to the situation, it could have been worse. There could have been an employee in that building at the time this was done, and that person could have been killed. There is nothing that we cannot replace, but we cannot replace in life. And so in looking at my challenge, I'm looking at it differently and saying, this is what I see, but this is what I choose to be. So the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. So there has to be difficulties. There needs to be a recovery, and it has to be done quickly. So when you're thinking about physical fitness, remember that your creativity will be touched if you're not exercising. It will touch your source of hope because you may become hopeless. It may also touch your capacity to dream again. Your capacity to dream again. I heard somebody, I called one of the ladies whose store was vandalized, and she said Nigeria has killed the capacity to kill your dream. Because Nigeria is just one country. Your dream is bigger than Nigeria. The investment that God has made on the inside of you is much more than Lagos. It's much more than Nigeria. It's much more than Africa. And if you see it that way, then you know that one shop in Surulere is not enough to kill you. But that's a state in which she was, fragile and broken. And I know there are many people who are like her, who I have not had the chance to speak to. But I've come to charge you that your capacity to keep your source of hope in tune is dependent on what you allow and what you disallow. So this is the time to say, I refuse to allow this season to pass by and I walk into my future and feel I have lost rather than gained. That responsibility is in your hand. So to stay resilient, we have to ask ourselves, am I willing to dream again? Am I willing to put the light on again? And my charge to you today is, if you want to redefine the future, put the lights back on. Dream again. Inspire someone while you're doing it so that Nigeria can be better for it, and you can truly be that 360 woman that we desire you to be. God bless.
Yes, you can redesign the future. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was a very, very powerful session. Are you clapping in the comment section? Because I'm clapping as I'm standing here. That was amazing. That was phenomenal. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sarah Fela-Durotoye, for being so vulnerable and for sharing your story so genuinely. There's something about storytelling. It helps to motivate other people because you see that you are not alone. Even the people you think are the biggest people have things that they've dealt with. And by sharing from them, and we see that we are really, really, truly not alone. Thank you so much, Mrs. Sarah Fela-Durotoye, for that amazing session. I was truly blessed, and I'm sure that every other person participating in this conference was truly blessed as well. Important things that I took out from her session, I would highlight. She said we must be conscious of our community. Everybody has highlighted the importance of being a person of value. So primarily, you have to be a person of value to yourself, to your environment, and to your community. You can't live isolated because, like she said, if you don't take care of your community, they will deal with us eventually. So we have to be very conscious of that, conscious of the community that we live in, and Nigeria at large and the world in general. We have to be people of value. We have to constantly affirm yourself. Even the Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Every day you must continually affirm yourself. Do not let the world define you. You define who you are to the world. And she also said, as a 360 woman, you must focus on your entirety of yourself, your spirituality, your mental well-being, very important, and your physical well-being, because it is in working out that you actually get ideas. I am proof to that because I work out as well. And sometimes when you're just working out and just trying to, revitalize your physical self, you get a lot of things that just, you're like, oh my God, this idea came when I was working out. So ensure that you focus on your mental well-being, your physical well-being, and your spiritual well-being. Thank you very much once again, Mrs. Sarah Fela-Durotoye, for that amazing, amazing, amazing session. We have our Q&A session right now. So if you have questions for her, and I'm sure that you do, please drop in the comment section. We're about to take our Q&A session with the convener, Yvonne Chioma Ofodile, and Mrs. Sarah Fela-Durotoye, who was our second guest speaker. Please, ladies, queens, and delegates, join me as I welcome to the stage Mrs. Sarah Fela-Durotoye and our convener for today's conference, Yvonne Chioma Ofodile. Thank you very much. Stay tuned, take away all distractions, and learn.
Sweat. If I measure one.
So I'll be asking a question as regards to culture. How culture has affected, for women. Culture, integration. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm very sure that you have enjoyed the session so far. We've had power-packed sessions from our first keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, to Mrs. Folake Soetan's session, to Mrs. Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd, and now to the amiable, resilient, strong, beautiful mentor of ours, Mrs. Fela-Durotoye, who happens to be our second keynote speaker for today. I'm honored to be the one taking on this fire chat session with her. And of course, like we admonished you in the beginning, please drop your questions in the comment section, and our team will pick it out and we will be well attended to. Let's go right into it. But thank you once again for the beautiful session you had. I said something to you when you got down. I said the difference was clear. We could feel the energy. We could feel, the passion in your voice for Nigeria, for the people. And that's one of the reasons why I have stayed very close to you in over 10 years, because I know that if anything is taken away from you, one thing that is not taken from you and my daddy and mentor, Fela-Durotoye, is the heart and love for the people, for Nigeria that we live in, and deep love for people, wanting people to just get better, be strong, get better at what they're doing, and just fulfill the purpose God has given them. Thank you very much. I heard you talk about integration, that we cannot become all that we want to become. We cannot become the 360 women that we are driving at, complete whole women, in a society as Nigeria, without getting integrated, going down to our communities and getting involved, making our impacts within our communities. And it raises a very pertinent question. The women gender, we cannot deny the fact that females, in Nigeria especially, I don't want to talk about Africa because I don't live in other nations, but I see that it's also, the conversations online, you see that it's not far-fetched from other African nations. But the culture within Nigeria, for integration, the female gender has already been shortchanged. So it tells that there's little we can, even if when we want to, there's little we can do because you see that people are not listening because we are female.
Should I answer you?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I cannot believe you're asking me this question.
That's actually the reality of things, ma'am.
My dear, there's something called mental blocks and mindsets that shape behavior. If I went around, I'm not saying that could not be the reality for others, but it's not my reality.
Yes.
And I refuse to allow that to be my reality. The minute you start to say the environment determines how I am or how I can be, then that's what becomes your reality. Yetunde had given the example of how when you want to buy a car and you want to buy a particular color, the minute you decide that that's the color you buy, you start noticing that the car is everywhere. It's the power of the mind. We cannot, as women, begin to say to ourselves, oh, because I'm a woman, they will treat me as this. That mindset also shapes people's behavior towards you. I expect that when I walk into a room as a woman, my value will be, that's my expectation. And that is what I get. I expect that when I walk into the room, that women will support me. And that's my reality. Women support me. With this crisis that just happened, people are calling from different parts of the world just to say, I am so sorry about this. We must come out of that place of saying, oh, the environment is not going to allow me to. No. If you say that, then that becomes a reality. If you think that becomes your reality, think about the women who have succeeded regardless and expect to succeed. So we're talking about integration. And I have found that in speaking to many people about what I thought about what you call the disenfranchised citizens who are reacting, and they're attacking what you consider the educated, the exposed, sometimes you call them the privileged, sometimes you call them the middle class. As long as you have a car, as long as you speak English, as long as you went to school, you are that class that these people want to attack and they want to target, right? When we're talking about integration, I have found that women have been the most responsive. Women are saying, yes, we need to do this because women have empathy. Many times it comes with them naturally. It's a gift. Let's embrace our gifts as women and take it to the world and add value to the world based on those gifted. But let's not shortchange ourselves by saying, oh, this as a woman, that as a woman. I know there are cultural nuances, but think beyond those cultural nuances and change them because of how you see yourself.
Fantastic. That question was very deliberate because I know that we have over people from over 15 states in Nigeria connected from different rural and urban places. We have people call in and say they couldn't send emails. So I needed them to hear it from you, especially to know that being a female is not an excuse not to deliver the value you carry wherever you go. Thank you very much. My next question would be around the team. Again, just diving deeply into it, redesigning the future. It's a personal question that's about your journey and the House of Tara story. You have over the years, run a successful business, beauty business, Pan-African successful beauty business brand. And you have grown from being a starter. I know how many times I've listened to your story when you had a small makeup box and you had your first landlord who was Larry Olushola and all of that. And then it has now become this big global brand. In this same Nigeria that we live in, what would you say made it so for you? What was the differentiating factor? Because you pioneered the makeup industry in Nigeria, but a lot of people try to start after you and are nowhere to be. Very few of them that can say they started closely after you did that are still thriving. What would you say stood out for you? Because I remember at those times, we also had, the Naira was never a good, solid currency. So what stood out? What made it so for you? What was the differentiating factor for you?
I think that the differentiating factor changes over time.
Mm-hmm.
At the very beginning, I hear people say that there are people of, there are some people who are lucky, some people who are graced, some people who are fortunate. And I say grace is available to every single person, right? Every single person grace is available to. But there are some other people who put in the discipline and the work, and I put it in. I put day and night, sweat and blood to build my brand. I showed up when I didn't feel like showing up. I committed to developing a brand that was sustainable for the long term. I put in the work. And so it's not going to be about, luck, or yes, you may be graced, but that grace is available to everybody. The difference between one person and the other is that they take the grace and they put the discipline and the hard work into it and delivering consistently on. So if you're a photographer, how many times have you disappointed customers? How many times have they told you to show up somewhere and you were not there on time? For me, it was about showing up and showing up consistently. I put in the work. That's at startup stage. And then as the business began to grow, I realized that I needed to build a vision that inspires me to continue to show up, a vision that also will inspire other people that work within my organization. And so it became clear and important to create a picture of the future. In creating a picture of the future, what I found was every time I said the vision of House of Tara, I was inspired to continue to deliver. And I found that it had begun to attract people to want to give of themselves. I mean, you look at House of Tara and you see people who have worked in the company for 10 years, right? You see people who have worked in the company for 12 years. And you wonder, what is the reason why somebody will stay in the same organization for 12 years, especially the type of business that we're in, where we are not a bank, or we're not an oil and gas company, we're not Chevron or Shell, or other organizations. It's the power of the vision to attract people, but also to keep them delivering day in, day out, because they are also inspired by the vision. At some point, again, it was no longer about building a vision. It was also about building a sustainable business for the long term. And I've looked across the continent, and there are not so many companies that have outlived their founders. I think about, as a child, brands like Tandy Gorana, brands like Concord Newspapers, brands like Okada Airlines. And today, I'm a 43-year-old woman, and those brands were brands that I knew as a child, but those brands no longer exist. And so for me, it became clear that I had to build a company that will outlive me. And in the intentionality of building processes, building systems that were superior to me as the owner and the CEO of the company, and following through on those processes, regardless of whether they were comfortable or not comfortable. Because generally, culturally, I always tease that when I ask women, I say, can you cook your mother's stew? And it will taste exactly like your mother's stew. Many of the women say they can't. Then I ask, can your sister cook your mother's stew exactly the way your mother cooks it? And usually, no, it doesn't smell the same. The question is, how come Auntie Jemima, the pancake syrup is sold in Nigeria but was created in the US, it is because Auntie Jemima taught her cousin, her niece, whoever it was that created that product with measurement to say, this amount of teaspoon of this teaspoon of this pinch of salt, and what have you. And then there was a concerted effort in creating a recipe that produced the same outcome all the time. And that is why Auntie Jemima syrup can be in Nigeria and being sold here. Your mother's jollof rice, can it be exported? If somebody decided to cook it in America, would it taste exactly the same? No, because usually our mothers don't teach us with those measurements. And so as we're building businesses, for me, I got to a point where I wanted to build a business that the outcomes will be the same whether I'm there or not. That the culture will be the same whether I'm there or not. And I focused and became intentional. And that was why House of Tara got the Jobberman, one of the best places to work for in 100 places to work for in Nigeria. It's that intentionality in building systems and processes that can outlive you. That's intentionality is what you're seeing.
Wow. Powerful. Showing up even when you don't feel like. Showing up, remaining consistent, becoming and staying intentional. You know, doing it even when you don't feel like, and finding better ways to do the things you do. You heard her loud and clear. No other person would have said it better to you, like she has just delivered it to you. The next question would be, what is your advice for a woman just starting out and wants to... Your lovers are online. Your fans are online. Okay. So she says, what is your advice for women just starting out and wants to be like you?
Okay. Okay, I would say don't try to be like me. Try to be like yourself. And why? Why do I say that? Because comparisons and comparing is very dangerous. Actually, the Bible says that he that compares himself to another is not wise. Okay? We don't have the same skill set. You don't have the same strengths. I'm a communicator, right? I win others over. But there's some other people who are activators, right? And based on their giftings, they can be anything they want. My charge to you is, if you're starting now, take the time to know what your strengths are. It helps you to become more confident. It lets you know, even in relationships, the value that you bring. So I know for a fact that no matter how talented and brilliant and handsome my husband is, right? I know the value I bring to the relationship that makes him realize that this is somebody of value. But when you do not know what your strengths are, then you don't know what value you bring. Every time I show up into that marriage, I am showing up with my value. I'm not showing up as Kemi. I'm not showing up as Yvonne or Choma. I am showing up as Tara. So I want you to focus on yourself, assess yourself, and say, what is it? Maybe it is that you are caring, you are kind, you are thoughtful, you are considerate. These are strengths that you have that you can bring to bear in the work that you do. And say to yourself, based on these strengths, this is a sort of career that I should build. I'm not just going to take any job, work anywhere, but I'm going to work in places that gives me the opportunity to thrive because I'm working on my strengths. Then you can truly be fulfilled. I think what I'm saying, what I see today as a 43-year-old woman, it's a woman who's fulfilled, a woman who's content, right? And the reason why I'm so is because I am genuinely conversant with who I am. I'm not trying to be anybody else. And I want you to start early to think that same way.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any man who compares himself with another is not wise. You heard that loud and clear. You can only be the best version of who you are. Not who Tara Fela-Durotoye. Yes, we love her. She inspires us daily. Really want to be like her, but man, when God created us, He created a unique spec. He created you for a unique purpose. Yes, we can go to her for mentorship. She keeps inspiring us. When we need clarity, we go to her. She's the guide, but please, as she has admonished us today, don't seek to become like her. You know, seek to become the best version of who you are. She has resources online. She has sessions, training sessions executive training sessions she runs. Please invest in yourself and attend those sessions when she has them. Listen to her YouTube videos. I remember how I was chasing after TFG.
Back.
Yes, I always tell the story whenever I talk about you in any session. How you saw me in UI. I saw the flyer on Facebook on a Friday. I'm like, okay, TFD is speaking in UI that Saturday. Finished lecture. I went. Okay, I left for Ibadan because my school is not far, Beokota to Ibadan. So I left Beokota very early that morning just to be there on time and sit in front. And whilst I was working out from the backstage, apparently you had noticed me and noticed me. He said, Yvonne, is this not you again? What are you doing here? I was just smiling. So please, you have no excuse. She inspires you. Look for her resources. Listen to her. Send her mails. Well, her PA would attend to you and But do your best to be the best version of yourself. And that's why God has also put her in our lives to help guide us. Now, the last question, I promise you, is how do we dream again and start from scratch when it seems like the world is running very fast and your community, family, friends are not in support or encouraging you? Things keep weighing you down. How do you dream again?
My darling, there's something called self-motivation. And self-motivation is the most important form of motivation. If you wait for people to support you, they may not support you. And it doesn't mean you're not doing what is right. But simply because they can't see your vision, they can't see what you see. Shut out the noise. Take some time off social media. Take some time to pause. Pausing is important. David said, he'll guide me beside still waters. Still waters is a representation of a place that is quiet, that is still, that is not noisy. When you are in this, what you've described to me now, it makes me feel like you're someone who's overwhelmed. This is a time to retreat. And retreating means shut everything out. Don't ask anybody for counsel. Don't ask anybody what you need to do next. Get quiet. And getting quiet is connecting with your creator. Look for spiritual practices that you can get involved in over a period of time so that you can get a reassurance from your SIM card, as I described earlier on. Listen, if you are waiting for people to encourage you, you may be wasting your time. So believe in what you believe by yourself, on your own, when nobody's there. Why do you believe what you believe? Why do you believe what you believe? And many times, until you believe, you're not able to sell your dream to somebody else. So sometimes the reason why they don't support you is because you don't sound articulate about your dreams. You're not sure about your dreams. You're not confident about your dreams. And guess what? Excitement, confidence is contagious. It's contagious. If you feel it, people will catch up on it. Lastly, how do you dream again? Where did you write those dreams? Give yourself a day. I'm going to mourn now. Mourn how I feel today. But from the 1st of November, it's a new day. And I'm going to pick up from where I stopped or start again, but not looking back. Because like Lot's wife, when she looked back, she turned into a pillar of salt. So I don't want you to look back. No more regret, but pick a date that you decide that I will start again. And to dream again means today, the 1st of November, what I decide to do is to move forward and to take one step in front of the other. One step in front of the other.
Wow, amazing. The power, the ways to dream again. Take one step as you go. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Whilst you were speaking, I remembered when 360 Women Africa started. I don't know if you remember the story of how 360 Women started. Okay, I would just to bear credence and buttress what she just explained. In trying to fulfill purpose and discover what purpose was, I often say that. So she went to speak somewhere at Bowen University or Babcock, Bowen or Babcock, one of those schools. And I couldn't show up there. as usual. But I knew that. And she had announced that she would be tweeting while she is speaking. So that gave me a lot of comfort. So I slept on Twitter. And then the topic of your keynote speaking that day was the 360 woman. And then after you finished that day, there was a restlessness in my heart.
Covenant University. It was Covenant.
Yes, one of those private universities. I knew this was the message I needed to take further. I knew this was it. I picked it. I prayed about it. I believed there was so much peace. I knew this was it. I knew this was it. And then I started. Now, in taking it back to what you just said, as to you need to articulate your dreams. I remember when it started, I was not very articulate about what things. You remember whenever I talked to you about it. I'm sure you and FD will look at me. What? Yes. But you all kept, and that's one of the reasons why I cannot trade the relationships I have, the relationship I have with you and FD for granted. Because even when it wasn't articulate, yes, God gifted me with mentors like you that could still cheer me on.
But not everybody has that opportunity.
Yes.
And so that's why it's important that even when you were sharing with us and you were not articulate, because you believed in it, you triggered something in us, that made us say, "Okay, we'll support." It doesn't really make sense yet, but we'll support. Last year we were there. FD and I dragged him. We're not speakers. We showed up. We spent maybe 10 minutes or whatever, took pictures, and then we left. Because what you were using your dream to draw us in. You were using your dream to draw us in. You've drawn me in again this year. Do you know what I mean?
And I'll keep drawing.
Yes. So you yourself out there has to have that sense of, this is what I want to do. I'm so passionate about it. And then that your passion is infectious.
Amazing. Fantastic. I would allow you go right now because I'm sure that if we continue with the questions, we will not end today. Thank you very much, Ma. We are grateful to have you once again, and we cannot wait to the next time we would have you grace our occasion at 360 Women Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Governor and Sado.
Yeah, Tao. Good afternoon, ma.
Why don't you solo?
Tao.
That's solo.
Lord Sky on the beat.
Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting
Everybody sanitize. Sanitize slap. Solo, sorry, eh? Oh, no.
Everybody sanitize. Everybody sanitize. Everybody. Anywhere you are, you have to sanitize. Sanitize. Everybody.
Where done, my dear? Yashidima, where are you going to? Iyatao, me I dey go church. Say you didn't hear of coronavirus. My pastor said no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. I dey go church, go fight that weapon. This colode, I go drive and come out. Yes, I know. But you see, everyone help those who help themselves. This is saying as trust in God, but tie your camel. And tie your camel. Thank you, my daughter. This period, you need to be moving around with facial mask. And you avoid touching your mouth and your nose and your lip. You that every time you chop. But you need to avoid it. And when you want to cough, you dance. Anybody that are walking around you, you take cover. Like this is a war zone. Tomorrow now, sure you not go Asala to go pray to God. Even Mecca and Vatican City, they are on lockdown. Me self have lockdown. Because there is no way you pray to God, the governor and Sado.
Yeah, Tao. Good afternoon, ma.
Why don't you solo?
Tao.
That's solo.
Lord Sky on the beat.
Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting Everybody sanitize.
Sanitize slap. Solo, sorry, eh? Oh, no.
Everybody sanitize. Everybody sanitize. Everybody. Anywhere you are, you have to sanitize. Sanitize. Everybody.
Where done, my dear? Yashidima, where are you going to? Iyatao, me I dey go church. Say you didn't hear of coronavirus. My pastor said no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. I dey go church, go fight that weapon. This colode, I go drive and come out. Yes, I know. But you see, everyone help those who help themselves. This is saying as trust in God, but tie your camel. And tie your camel. Thank you, my daughter. This period, you need to be moving around with facial mask. And you avoid touching your mouth and your nose and your lip. You that every time you chop. But you need to avoid it. And when you want to cough, you dance. Anybody that are walking around you, you take cover. Like this is a war zone. Tomorrow now, sure you not go Asala to go pray to God. Even Mecca and Vatican City, they are on lockdown. Me self have lockdown. Because there is no way you pray to God, the governor and Sado.
Yeah, Tao. Good afternoon, ma.
Why don't you solo?
Tao.
That's solo.
Lord Sky on the beat.
Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting real. Coronavirus, it's getting Everybody sanitize.
Sanitize slap. Solo, sorry, eh? Oh, no.
Everybody sanitize. Everybody sanitize. Everybody. Anywhere you are, you have to sanitize. Sanitize.
Mommy Chidima. Well done, my dear. Yeah, Chidima, where are you going to? Iyata, me and the go church. Say you didn't hear of coronavirus. My pastor said no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. I dey go church, go fight that weapon. This color I go drive and come out. Yes, I know. But you see, everyone help those who help themselves. This is the same as trust in God, but tie your camel. And tie your camel. Thank you, my daughter. This period, you need to be moving around with facial mask. And you avoid touching your mouth and your nose and your lip. You that every time you chop. You need to avoid it. And when you want to cough, you dab. Anybody that walking around you, you take cover. Like this is a war zone. Tomorrow now, sure you not go as allowed to go pray to God. Even Mecca and Vatican City, they are on lockdown. Me self have lockdown. Because there is no way you pray to God that God will not answer you.
Yeah, Tao. Good afternoon.
Why don't you solo?
Tao.
That's for low. Lord Sky on the beat.
Coronavirus! It's getting real! Coronavirus! It's getting real! Coronavirus! It's getting coronavirus! Everybody sanitize!
Sanitize slap. Solo, sorry, Oh? No.
Sanitize! Everybody sanitize! Everybody sanitize! Everybody! Anywhere you are, you have to sanitize!
Call Mosun. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody, and once again, welcome to the Women's Drive Conference. Kids, cannot just go unnoticed, or cannot even be measured. It just brings so much joy, in such a turbulent and sad times. We get to listen to your skits, and we just have a reason to laugh and just be happy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the topic of your session has to do with new media, engaging new media to try. I would allow you to, discuss that for about 5-10 minutes. Then I'll ask you questions. So
okay, sorry, you said
now.
the topic is new media.
No, that is not the exact topic that you were supposed to be speaking on. I just rephrased it, if you don't mind. Or you can take what you were given.
Please, can you rephrase it, please?
All right, 1 minute. I will need to get that in. Okay. Thelma, can you hear me? Okay, your topic is using new media to grow authentic followership and global relevance.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon once again. My name is Tao. I hope you can hear me properly. So,
yes, I can hear
using
you.
new media to grow authentic followership. Social media has a very, very large power, large influence on every one of us. In fact, everything we do as of now. And if you have the social media influence, you should, you have a power for yourself, a power you can use to your own advantage, a power you can use to make so much money. So it's very important to be conversant with social media today, especially Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Everything is very important. All the social media platforms, they're very important to keep on track. Especially if you're in the entertainment industry, whatever thing you're doing in the entertainment industry, be it music, be it comedy, be it movie, be it anything, social media is quite important for you to be able to grow with your content, with your production. So I started with social media like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. That was 2015, and the growth till now is like has been massive for me because I didn't think I was going to be able to grow to this level. I really didn't. Not like I didn't believe in myself, but I didn't think the growth would be so big at this time. So basically, it's just for you to start small, start as little as you can. Some people tend to buy followers. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
So
you now.
as I was saying,
Go on.
some people tend to buy followers on Instagram, probably buy accounts on Instagram, which leads to this account not serving its purpose because you need the originality, the authenticity in the account, in the followers, for you to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. You need people to follow you genuinely for what you have, for what they see you for your originality, for what they like in you, not like buying the followers. This way you can how would I say it? You can get to use your platform by gathering people for so many things, which one of the most important thing is making money in today's day, because we make with the followers on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, you can be able to make a living with it. I believe I talked about everything that has to do with using new media for yourself. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tauma. Thank you. It was short but very insightful. We talked about originality and authenticity, staying original to yourself, to your cause. In that way, even with your followership base, online, buying followers would not do you so much good because, it does not at the end of the day translate to the results that you so desire. We also talked about how it has also exposed you to a whole new world of plenty, better financial resources, better opportunities. We see you on international platforms right now, and we are really happy at your success so far. My first question to you today, Tauma, would be in terms of branding, as a brand that you have become, how did you, very early enough, I know that even with your videos, we would always see something like grenade, videos pop up. You had a unique style, the clothes, even your scarf, even though we know that it is part of your religious values, right? But it has become an identity. The way we know that this is Tauma, we just have to see her with the scarf, we have to see her with the gown. And the sweet thing about that gown is a very old material lace kind of, so that this woman is old generation, So how were you early enough? How did you early enough come up with a brand identity for yourself? As a very young girl, you were in the university or so when you started. How did you know that you needed a unique selling point to be able to attract the huge followership base on social media?
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to start with, I really didn't have the intention of going into making comedy skits and all of that at first. What I wanted to do was to learn how to edit from Abula. He's a music video director in Nigeria. He's the owner of Grenade Company. So I wanted to learn from him. And for him to be able to teach me, he had to tell me that, okay, I need to start doing some things for myself so I can use it to learn how to edit. That was how I started with Tao and Tao concept. So along the line, I was basically going up and down, doing here and there, trying to do some other things that I really, not like I'm not good at it, but I didn't feel like, it didn't feel like it was my thing. So along the line, we sat down and we thought about, okay, what can we really do with this Tao and Tao concept that people will actually know me for? Then he said, oh, I can start thinking about things that my mom will always do to me, and I can use it to make skits. I can make skits out of it. So that was
So she was always slapping
no.
you? Like the bass goes, yeah, it's okay.
So that was how
All right.
I came up with, okay, let me just start with basically what my mom, just the normal daily activities me and my mom would do in the house. And I added the whole thing. When I saw that I slapped once, I slapped twice, and people really liked it. And at the end,
How if you can hear me, I'm sure we'll come back live.
yeah,
All
I
right.
can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, so at the end.
All right.
that's
So
why we
at the
cut you
end,
off.
I came up with things that my mom and I would always do, our daily activities, and I added my own ajasa, my own extra, which is a slap. Although, yeah, the slap comes once in a while, but it's not as often as.
There is no African child that did not get that slap. Mine was slap and knock, conk.
So that
So
was
it's
that
bad.
was what it was really hard for me to keep up with that line, because I felt like I wasn't really doing enough or something at that point. But I really didn't have enough time to think about some other things because there was school. School was on the other side, and they have not born me where to derail from that school. I be to to maybe start failing in school because I'm doing comedy. So I had to balance the two. So I just kept up with my line of African mother and child concept. And luckily for me and thankfully for me, people accepted it. They really loved it.
Wow, amazing. What I picked from your response right now is that you decided to do something and you began to take steps. And in taking steps, you also had people that encouraged and advised you on the ways to go, which was, like you said, the Grenade team told you that if you would learn this, you must be able to put out results of what you're learning. And, that was how it started. And then with that, with feedbacks from online, you put in some other unique ideas into it that has now become a full-fledged comedy brand. Well done. Okay, I'm not sure I still have Tauma on me. All right. One other question I would like to ask is, for young ladies like you on social media right now, we understand that we are discussing authenticity, originality, and growth on social media. We find a lot of things happening on social media, negative influence, positive influence. How have you managed to stay sane? How have you managed to not get swayed by a lot of distraction online and still focus on your brand and deliver value consistently? How have you managed to stay focused?
Let me say, I am this kind of person that I won't lie. I get, how would I say it? When I see something and I feel it makes me feel kind of some kind of way, especially something that's like maybe putting pressure or something on me. So instead of allowing myself to get pressured or anything, I'd rather not see that thing. I'd rather go off it and shy away from it. So I won't have to see those things. There are so many things online that will get you thinking like, oh, you're not even doing enough, or you are not as good enough. So instead of me seeing those things, I'd rather just upload my video and go. I have a manager that checks my comment and all of those things to see the feedback of people. And maybe there's a thing that you want me to adjust and everything. You just tell me, Atao, you need to adjust on this thing, this thing, this thing, because people didn't really like it. And I'll put that in mind in my upcoming skit. Instead of having to check things online and things will weigh me down, I'd rather not go online. So I'll just put my energy, my whole energy, into my next skit. I'll always tell my manager follows up every single skit I make. So my manager follows up the comments, the feedback, reviews from people, how they took it, what they liked about it, what they didn't like, what they complained about, and I'll put that energy into my next skit. I really do not go online, and for as a young girl that's like striving to do something, I wouldn't want to read things that will make me feel like I'm not doing enough. Even if sometimes people don't really mean it, they just want to say it to make you feel somehow. So I would prefer not to even see negative things at all. So I'm not always online. That's the space, basis. I'm not always online.
Amazing. So you just block out the noise and you focus. You block out the noise and you focus. Great, great, great. Like the Tara Fela-Durotoye before your session said it also. Shut down, shut out, and just go back and refresh. The last thing I would want you to just talk about on this session is it would be to your fellow young women that love your skits and I wish that you could say something to them one of these days. You know, they see you, you inspire them already. They love you, they love your brand. You know, we have a bunch of them listening in from all over Nigeria right now to you. If there's something in your heart that you earnestly want the next young lady striving to fulfill her dreams, if there's one thing in your heart that you want to tell them, you wish you had the opportunity to say to their ears, please, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, can you just help, you know, leave a parting note to the next woman next door?
So I listened to Mrs. Tara Fela-Durotoye, and I
Sorry, guys, we'll be back shortly.
Okay, so as I was saying, I wish there are so many people that listen. I hope and I wish there are so many people that listen to her today, because she said exactly what anybody and any mother would have told anybody today or any girl today. Do not wait for anybody. Do not ask anybody for help, because nobody's going to help. Especially when they find out that your idea is actually really good and wow, this idea is going to blow up, this idea is going to make sense. They rather make you feel worse and terrible and you will not fulfill that idea. So do not wait for anybody. And for a lot of people that say I inspire them and all that, I really appreciate it, and I like the fact that, oh yes, I can also inspire somebody. But as she said, do not inspire to be like someone. Be yourself, because yes, you can actually do so many other things that I might not even be able to do. So do not limit yourself to, oh, I want to be like Tao, I want to be like Tao. No, you can actually be better than Tao. You can actually be bigger than Tao. So just see me as somebody that, how would I say it, that strives you to do something more but don't say, oh, I want to be like Tao, because Tao is a different person and you are a different person. And never, ever, ever underestimate yourself. Never underestimate your power. I never thought I could do these things because I was covering my hair, and people always say, oh, how do you want to continue making skills covering your hair? But I'm right here and I'm covering my hair. This is what I believe in. This is what I want to do. And never let anyone chase you away from doing what you want to do. You can do anything, absolutely anything. I stand in the mirror every morning, or sometimes when I just walk past the mirror and I just turn back and I'll be like, yes, you can do anything and you will do it. So you tell yourself, you tell that inner self that yes, you can do anything. Do not allow anybody, I mean nobody, to stop you.
I can do anything, and I believe every day that I can deliver on anything that I set my heart to do. Thank you once again, Tauma, for gracing our platform today on the Women Thrive Conference 2020. It was an honor to have you share with us, and I'm sure that people were encouraged, inspired, took out, notes to begin to, of course, whilst they try to design their future, to begin to also get the strength and the empowerment they need to keep going forward. Thank you for keeping an inspiration to the women out there. We love you and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Where done, my dear? Yashidima, where are you going to? Iyatao, me I dey go church. Say you didn't hear of coronavirus. My pastor said no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. I dey go church, go fight that weapon. This color I go drive and come out. Yes, I know. But you see, everyone help those who help themselves. This is the same as trust in God, but tie your camel. And tie your camel. Thank you, my daughter. This period, you need to be moving around with facial mask. And you avoid touching your mouth and your nose and your lip. You that every time you chop. But you need to avoid it. And when you want to cough, you dance. Anybody that walking around you, you take cover. Like this is a war zone. Tomorrow now, sure you not go as allowed to go pray to God. Even Mecca and Vatican City, they are on lockdown. Me self have lockdown. Because there is no way you pray to God that God will answer you.
Yeah, Tao. Good afternoon.
Why don't you solo?
Tao.
That's for low. Lord Sky on the beat.
Coronavirus! Get it real! Coronavirus! Get it real! Coronavirus! Everybody sanitize!
Sanitize slap. Solo, sorry, Oh, no.
Everybody sanitize! Everybody sanitize! Everybody! Anywhere you are, you have to sanitize!
Today has been nothing short of amazing. A lot of powerhouses just dishing it to us left and right. And as we gradually wind down today's conference, I have another powerhouse who is ready to give it to us hot, hot. I have Dr. Ubong King in the house. Mr. Ubong King Thompson King, beg your pardon, Mr. Ubong Thompson King is the president of the Ubong King Foundation and convener of the biggest youth empowerment conference in Africa, Thinkation. Prior to his foray into full-time youth development and mentorship, Ubong King has distinguished himself in the area of corporate performance, visionary leadership, global competitiveness, innovation, and social responsibility as the Chief Executive Officer, Protection Plus Securities Limited, a highly respected and personable executive and business mentor who has established a reputation in the Nigerian security industry for solid performance and sound judgment. He is a recipient of the 2016 African Child Prize for Integrity, Security Intelligence by the Africa Child Foundation, and one of the few recipients of the Star Award in Maritime Security by Crime Reporters Association of Nigeria. He's a former chairman of the American Society of Industrial Security, Lagos chapter. Mr. Ubong King has lots of professional certifications and is an alumnus of the prestigious Lagos Business School, where he graduated from the Executive Management Program, MSMP 47, and was subsequently elected. He was elected class president and a serving member of the governing council of the school. He also attended the Brazilian Business Experience course in Brazil and an executive master's program in business administration from the Metropolitan School of Business and Management. He is a fellow of the Institute of Government, Research, Leadership, Technology, where he was schooled in corporate conference and strategic management. He is a member of the Nigerian-German Business Association. He actively participated in the Poland Africa Business Forum. In 2019, Ubong King was conferred an honorary doctorate degree in strategic leadership and management by the SK Benin University, Benin Republic, after delivering an inspirational keynote address that will be remembered for a very long time in their annual convocation ceremony. Ubong King has mandated upon himself the mission to contribute significantly to the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is poverty, which is evident in all his ventures, initiatives, and conversations. He is a frequent speaker at various seminars, conferences, and workshops in Nigeria and across Africa as a result of his passion for youth development and economic liberation of Africa as a continent. Ubong King is married to Uyime Ivy King, and together they have 4 children. Ladies, queens, and delegates, join me for an inspirational session as I welcome Ubong King. Thank you.
Morning, good evening, wherever you are. If you're a happy woman, if you're a 360 woman, wherever you are, please, I would like you to, on the chat box, just type your country, your state, wherever you're coming from or you're connecting from, so I know that there are people out there. Let me know where you are. If you're a 360 woman, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm privileged to be on this podium, celebrating every single woman that is here. I believe that women are the gift of God to men, and anytime I hear that there's a meeting like this, I want to be a part. I have always said it that there is no man that is alive that came on his own. He was born of a woman. Now, I want to start this sentence, by thanking the convener of this event who has decided to go out of the norm to do that which is extraordinary. And the convener of this 360 woman, I say, God bless you. And I pray that that which you have put in place will multiply in your life. Now, this event today says, yes, you can, and redesign your future. So my responsibility is just to talk to you as a woman talk to you as somebody who is going there, and let's get it. Let me start with a quote from one of my senior mentors, although he's late. His name is Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. He was the past president of the UAE from 1966 to 2004. And he said, and I quote, he says, women constitute about 50% of every society and country's population. Any society or country that does not allow their women to be literate or express themselves loses 50% of their potential. So when we ignore the woman, when you ignore the female, when you ignore the woman, then you ignore 50% of your capacity. That same man was asked a question, and the question was that they asked him, what is the position of oil in your country? And he says his grandfather rode a camel, his father rode a camel. He drives a Mercedes, his son uses a G-Wagon, a Land Rover, his grandson uses a Land Rover, but that one son will ride a camel, meaning that everything will change. So when they knew that things would change, they began to think ahead. And that is why I decided to say today, yes, you can. I don't know where you are. I don't know what you've gone through in the last 1 year, but I know that things have happened in ways you did not plan. Like one of my speakers that spoke earlier in the day said something. He said that during January 1st, everybody was excited. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Yes, we all shouted Happy New Year. We're expecting that the world, everything would go hunky-dory. When suddenly February came, we're still happy. By March, everything just went upside down. Businesses started going upside down. Businesses started going down. Businesses started, getting destroyed. And I don't know about you. I know there's somebody out there who feels the pangs of the losses, who has, lost time, lost energy, lost resources. If you are that person, that is why I am here. That is why I'm talking to you. And please, get your jotters, get everything ready, and take a few notes. One of the things that will happen in life is change. One of the things that will always happen in life is change. There is a law in gravity says whatever goes up must come down. Whatever goes up must come down. Between two every mountains of success, there is a valley of failure. As you go up any height, you will always express that at the top of the mountain, you are going to come down. So I always tell everybody, prepare for that other side. Nobody prepared us for anything, but one of the things you need to do is always prepare. As you go up a mountain, that is the height of success. You're going up, you're getting promoted, you're getting a new house, getting a new car, getting a new shop, filling it, you're getting your customers, you're talking things, you're getting money coming into your account every single time. But guess what? At the top of that mountain, on the other side of it is a valley. A valley is when you're making losses, your assets are going down, the banks are on your case, things are not working the way you expect it to happen. That is when it is going down. So what do you do at that point in time? The higher you go, the deeper the valley. Between two mountains of success, there is a valley of failure. So what do you do? As you climb up a mountain, always ensure that between two mountains, to bring each to each other, you need a bridge. A bridge is the shortest distance between two mountains. What does that mean? Whenever you are on a mountain, you must plan that if you are going to go to that second mountain, you need a bridge. And a bridge is people. When I'm talking about building bridges, I'm talking about people. People are the bridge that move you from one mountain of success to the second mountain of success. I don't care where you are. I don't care how you go down. I don't care what happens to you, but you can build a bridge again. I know that in the last 9 months, people's businesses have gone down. I know that people have suffered losses. And I know I'm talking to some of you here that have suffered losses. But I beg you, if you can look up, you can get up. So don't allow your face touch the ground. You allow your face stand up now. This is when the time you say, no. Yes, I have fallen down, but I'm not giving up. Somebody said earlier on that the dream has been killed in Nigeria. I said, no. Your dream is bigger than Nigeria. Your dream is bigger than any country. If God could put something inside you, He knows you have the capacity to make it work. I don't care whatever pressure it is. You just stand up and look up and take a step. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step forward. So first of all, look up, shake your day off and say, yes, we are going forward. Now, when you decide that, what do you need? There are 4 important people. The first one is family. No matter what happens to you, make sure you don't lose your family. If you have a husband at home, talk to your husband and say, honey, we will get back up again. Yes, that has gone. Our shoes are gone, our cars are gone, but we will get back up again. Once your family is in order, everything goes on, because there are people that have made money and have lost their family. At this point in time, it is necessary you begin to build back that family. Where is your child? Where is your son? Where is your daughter? Begin to speak to them, begin to talk to them, begin to bond again, because if the family unit is intact, you are going somewhere. And I need you, even if you're a man on this call, start networking back with your family. No, family is number one. The second one are your staff. If you're a leader and somebody that have juniors working for you, this is the time to check up on them. It's not the time to throw tantrum at them. Check up on them. How are you feeling? How are you doing? With as simple as 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, get on the street, buy plantain, buy yam, and go and drop it. You don't know how far that gift you do can even help a lot of people. People will cherish you more. You need to build that spirit back in them, because they are important for your life. It is important that you identify. Pareto's principle says that 20% of your investment will give you 80% of your result. At this point in time, it is necessary you identify who are those 20%, who are the people that will take you to that level. You don't need everybody in this life. You need only 20%. Identify who are those 20% that will give you that momentum. Identify those 20% that will give you that 80% charge. Identify who are those 20% that will move you, because that 20% will give you 80% result. And when you are finding out those 20%, ask them, who are your own 20%? Taproot them to get their own 20%. As you taproot them, they will give you an extra 16%. So 20% will give you 80%, and then their own 16% will give you 16% extra. So if you put it together, 36% of the people you know will give you 96% of your result. You need to focus on this 36% to give you 96%. Stop wasting time with 64%. You are carrying too much weight. There are people at this point in time, you need to drop them. They are excess baggage in your life. It is painful that at this time, man, dust your chairs down, count all your losses, and start looking for those 36% that will give you 96%. Yes, it's a tough time, so you need to start taking tough decisions. You have sorted out family, you have sorted out staff. Then the third set of people you need are the people you call your vendors, people that supply you, people that recharge you. Don't dodge them. Even if you're owing them, tell them, bro, calm down, I will give you back your money, I will sort you out. Don't dodge their call. Pick their calls up and say, give them assurance, because when you get back up, they will always partner with you. They know that you have their own business in heart there. And I know that it's tough, but man, this time you need to do it tough. You need to wake it, you need to make it tough, you need to win tough. And at this point in time, then the last set of people are your mentees. If you are going to go tomorrow, if you are going to go to the next level, you need people that you begin to mentor. Why do we have all the cases that we have? Because we have stopped talking to the younger ones now. I don't care how you are. If you fail to brush the teeth of a young boy when he is small, or a young girl when she is small, there will be nobody to carry you when you become old. Start lifting up. If you want results of 3 months, plant a corn. In 3 months, you will eat it. But if you want result of a year, plant yam. You boil it. You do a lubo with it. But if you want result of 1 year, I beg you, of a lifetime, plant men. Men are the best things you can plant. Men are the best thing that will move you to the next level. I don't know where you are right now. Who are those people that you need to start talking to? Who are those people that you need to start looking at? And I beg you now, something very fantastic happened during this whole period. I watched a video that they almost attacked a government car and people were stoning at it. They couldn't enter. Why? Because that car was bulletproof. And if that car was bulletproof, they couldn't enter. Other cars were vandalized, but that car was bulletproof. And I began to think, what do I do now? At this point in time, when a lot of businesses were crashed, a lot of houses were destroyed, a lot of assets were destroyed, it is about time for us to begin to fortify our minds. You need to start building armor in your mind. How do you build armor? I dare say, when you are eating breakfast, you eat breakfast for 15 minutes. If you are eating lunch, 15 minutes. If you are eating dinner, 15 minutes. Everybody eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Some of you, maybe you do because you are shedding weight or something. But guess what? You must eat every single day. If you don't eat in 3 weeks, I'm sure you will shrink, you will get weak, and some of you may even fall out and die. So if for 3 weeks, it will affect your body structure. If you don't deal with your mind, if you don't feed your mind, your mind goes dull. It is about time for you to armor your mind, armor your brain, armor the things you need to do. Take in the morning 15 minutes, in the afternoon 15 minutes. Listen to YouTube. Listen to what they have said on this platform. Ask the owners of this 360 platform. Say, I want all the messages. I want want all the things that have been said. I want to listen to it over and over and over again. Guess what? Because anytime a situation comes, because your brain has been armored, nothing can get to you. Yes, this challenge may come. Yes, this challenge may come, but if your brain is armored, you cannot. I don't care what anybody says to you. If your brain is sorted out, you will move to the next level. Pain is always the down payment of gain. Pain is always that price you pay to go to the next level. Sit down and find out, how do you get to the next level? How do you push down? It is about time for you to decide, where are you going to? Yes, everything is on the ground. We need to move forward. Now, I tell myself, if you need to move forward, you need to decide a target for yourself. Where do you want to be in 5 years? Stop thinking about Christmas. Stop thinking about 1 year, because all of us, we overestimate what we can accomplish in 1 year, and we underestimate what we can accomplish in 5 years. Stop thinking about 2020. Stop thinking about 2021. Let's go to 2022. Let's go to 2023. Let's go to 2024, 2025. Start thinking of 5 years. Start thinking of 10 years. If you put a 10-year plan, whatever happens today will not stop you. Whatever happens tomorrow will not stop you, because you're looking 10 years in advance. You're looking 15 years in advance. Stop thinking about today alone. Otherwise, you get demoralized. Look at the big picture. That's how you need to say it. Because I tell somebody like this, if I stay here in Lekki and I need to get to VI for a meeting, it will only take me 10 minutes. But if I need to go to somewhere like the airport, it will take me another maybe an hour. But if I need to get to Abuja, I need to prepare a day before. So your target will determine your direction. And at this point in time now, get a nice jotter and ask, where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you want to be in 2 years? Where do you want to be in 3 years? Write your targets down. This is when your biro and your paper becomes the best asset you need. Forget about your bank account. Forget about what you need. Get a journal right now and a pen and begin to write, in 5 years, where would I be? Look at yourself. Now, 5 years ago wasn't too far. 5 years in front is not too far. So decide, I want to own my own house. I want to have businesses in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Abuja, in London, in Ghana, in Australia, in Sydney, wherever. You start thinking like that, because once you decide where you want to be, guess what happens? Creativity begins to work in that place. Creativity, association, because your target will determine your direction. It will tell you where to go. It will tell you how to get there. It will show you, if you are going to the cinema, you have no business with the market. If you are going to the market, you have no business with the cinema. If I know your target, I know the direction you are going to. It will give you energy. It will give you direction. Yes, you are falling down, but put a target on your mind and everything changes. When you put that target, put time. Once you have time and target on any matter, everything in your life changes. Everything changes. If you have to make a 2 o'clock flight or 4 p.m. flight today, 8 p.m. flight today, you will not be sitting down here. There will be a lot of energy for you to move into that level. Am I talking to somebody here? So yes, I know you were beating black and blue yesterday. You have lost time. You have lost energy. Get a new target. Write it on your wall. Allow your eyes to see it every single day, in the morning and in the night. Let it tamper with your medulla oblongata. Let it touch your cerebellum. You speak about it, that yes, I have lost it, but I'm going there. Forget about yesterday. I am going there. I am going there. Nothing is stopping me. Nobody is stopping me. No situation is stopping me. No hindrance is stopping me. No lack of money is stopping me. If I have a brain, I will get there. Because whatever you say, whatever you see, you will walk towards it. Your legs will direct you. Once you have a target, direction will appear. And once direction appears, association is guaranteed. I don't talk to people because I want to talk to you. I talk to people based on my target. If you are not in my path for my target, move. Move. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I woke up one day and I thought about it. I was in university. I did not use Google to do exam. I never used Google. But today, if you don't have Google, you cannot survive. I remember when I was in the university, my first year, but I needed to make a call. I needed to pick a wired phone and then put it like this and check. But now you need a mobile phone. Stop thinking yesterday's technique to survive today. You will not be relevant tomorrow. Stop thinking about it. Today, I don't even need a printer anymore. My phone can do everything. My phone can do everything. If you keep thinking about today, you'll be somebody's entertainment tool tomorrow. Wherever you are, I beg of you, go back and listen to this message over and over and over again. Request for all the presentations. Go through it. When you go through it, you will get it. Anybody that has laughed at you, the person laughed too soon. Because I saw myself on the floor. At the age of 19, I was disowned. At the age of 13, I lost my father. Nobody wanted to relate with me. I was listening to a song that told me, I believe I can fly. I listened to that song like worship. It entered into my brain that at every point in time, I used to sing that song from 1997. I sang that song every single day. I did not know it had tampered with my brain cells because every time I wanted to fly. And I know that you may be crying there, you may be feeling bad. King, I don't know what to do. I believe you can fly. Yes, you can do it. Yes, you can get to the next level. You have lost this, you have lost that. You are not starting. Please stand up and walk around. Look at the mirror and speak to yourself that yes, you can do it. When you hear yourself, you move yourself to that level. You'll get yourself to that level. There is nothing that is impossible. There is nothing that is impossible. For as a man thinketh, so he is. In closing, I went to a place called Long Beach in the US, in New York. That place was a place where Hurricane Sandy had destroyed over $62 trillion naira worth of goods had gone. So what did they do? They cleared that place and turned it into a beach. 4 meters worth of boardwalk, just the 4 meters. And they said people can come to the beach. And they were charging people $15 to enter the beach. I looked at them. So that day I looked at the crowd was plenty, over 5,000. So I asked, how many people entered? They said 3,000 people have entered. I said, okay. Then I saw that they were using tents. What kind of tent? In case of the sun, for sunburns, 2,000 people are taking tents and $15. So I now asked myself, 5,000 transactions were there. 5,000 at $15. So in one day, a place that was rejected was making $75,000 in one day, equivalent of 27 million naira. The problem is not your location. The problem is your thinkation. If you can think enough, what you have is more than enough. Don't let anybody deceive you. You have enough to make it happen for yourself. It's even good that the good has gone so that the best can take over. Yes, pain is the down payment of gain. But I believe you can fly. I believe you can make it. I believe you can become whatever you want to do. I believe you can win for tomorrow. And I want to say thank you because for me, it is always a privilege to speak to you. It's always a privilege to stand before you. It's always a privilege to be able to share with you. And I believe that this is the time whereby you will become whatever God has wanted you to become. Anybody that laughed at you, laughed too soon. You can become it. Yes, you can. Redesign your future. Tell me where you want to go to. Write it on your wall. Look at it every single day. This book of the law shall not depart out of your eyes. Thou shalt meditate upon it day and night to observe to do according to all that is written therein, wherein thou shalt have. If you shall observe to do, thou shalt have. If you shall observe to do, thou shalt have. Pick up that pen. Your magic is that journal and that biro. Write it down. Write every single thing. Nothing starts until you start. When it starts, everything starts. Everything will work according to plan. Whatever you put, you are the one that is permitted to win or the one that is permitted to fail. If you say you will win, yes, you are right. If you say you will fail, yes, you are right. You decide what happens. And I want to say that you will make it. You will stand tall. And I say to you, yes, you can. Redesign your future. My name is Ubong King, and I am just your boy. God bless you. Have a fantastic day, and I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, wow. That was phenomenally inspiring. I told you it was going to be a very inspirational session, and it was nothing short of that. Thank you so much, Ubong King. You literally shook all the tables and gave us words from your heart. I could almost touch your energy, and I'm definitely loving the energy in the room today. Thank you so much, Ubong King. You were exceptional. I'm sure everyone had a good time listening to you and everyone is inspired, writing down their vision, letting go of unnecessary relationships, and telling themselves the truth that yes, you can. You can do anything that you put your mind to do. Next, we have our speaker, who is Mrs. Mosunmola Umoru. She's an agribusiness entrepreneur and an industry thought leader based in Nigeria. She's extremely passionate about food, farming, and the community. Her dream for Nigeria is for Nigeria to attain national food security. A vision she believes can be attained through increased investment in the education of youth and women, especially within the local communities. Mosunmola is the founder and chief realization officer of the growing retail brand Farmshoppe, which engages principally in farming, food production, processing, and distribution of a wide range of fresh food and packaged products in Nigeria. She has a bachelor's degree in zoology from the Lagos State University, Nigeria. She has served as a youth consultant, ambassador, and advocate to the African Union Commission Youth Division. As an alumnus of the Pan-Atlantic University under the Enterprise Development Center, CEM, an alum of the Stanford School of Earth. In 2009, she set up ABIRA, Agri-Business Support Initiative, to help bridge the gaps identified and to pursue youth involvement in the sector. Mosunmola has volunteered with Junior Achievement, JA, facilitated training for the Lagos State Agricultural Youth Empowerment Institute, ARAGA, served as a panelist and youth representative for West Africa, 17th Ordinary Summit of African Heads of States in Malabo in 2011, was a panelist in 2012 at AGRF, Arusha, Tanzania, and a guest speaker at Imbuto Foundation in Rwanda in 2011. Wow. She is an Ashoka Fellow, Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Scholar, Young Global Leader with the World Economic Forum. Mosunmola serves on the board of a few growing businesses in Nigeria. She is a recipient of numerous honors and awards, including Desmond Tutu Fellowship in 2015, Australian Government SVP alum in 2015, International Visitors Leadership Program, IVLP of the United States Department. In December 2016, she was appointed as the first ever senior technical advisor on youth and gender in the Office of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development in Nigeria, a role she served dutifully till May 2019. She has since returned to her constituency and is currently involved with the development of commercial agribusiness projects in Nigeria with a concerted effort to scaling her impact investment initiatives. Mosunmola not only glamorizing agriculture to increase food productivity, she is a true beacon of hope, advocating for Africans' investment in Africa posterity. Ladies, queens, and delegates, please join me as I welcome the phenomenal and amazing Mosunmola Umoru for her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That introduction, I was beginning to wonder if I was the one she was reading about, but what can I say? I think this is where it all comes together. There is nothing you cannot achieve, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your age. And I dare say there's nothing a Nigerian or African cannot do. Once you set your mind to it, it's attainable, it's achievable. And you just need to stay focused. It was amazing listening to Dr. Ubong King, and I am excited to be speaking right after him. My foray into entrepreneurship has been a very exciting one, I dare say. And I am happy to be speaking to all delegates this afternoon. It's indeed an honor. To all the Amazons out there, if I leave you with nothing today, let me leave you with the fact that you should not let stereotypes box you in. I am the granddaughter of a farmer whose father wanted her to be a medical doctor, who has transitioned through an interesting surgeon of not just being an entrepreneur, but working in what is termed one of the male-dominated space. I work in the agribusiness space, and that's a very exciting thing for me. When people ask me, why did you choose farming? I only ask one question. Why do you choose to eat? Would you at any point in time decide that you will go on a hunger strike indefinitely? The answer is an absolute no. So that's why I'm in that space. But it's not, for me, a big issue as many people put it, because it is a function of finding whatever your hand finds to do with all diligence. Stay committed, stay focused. That's my journey. That's the summary of my enterprise journey. Today, the topic I'm dealing with is cracking the gender code. Now, I like this very much because if you come from the agribusiness space, where I have been playing and acting for the last 16 plus years, many people would believe that or assume that men are the most successful in that sector. But the truth is that women are the bedrock of that sector. Though many women have stayed small and subsistence in their operations, as a result, it's been categorized as a male-dominated sector. What I want to share with you today is a bit of an insight into some of the things that we can do differently as women. Society, especially under the African culture, in Nigeria, my home country, tends to stereotype women and put them in a box. You're either the daughter, the wife, the mother, and the sister. But you're not celebrated oftentimes as the woman business owner, the change maker, the pathfinder for many people, and a nation builder. So we women, it's time for us to begin to think out of the box. You know, that phrase has been used for many years, but right now we need to live that phrase, living and thinking out of the box. Everything we do must be done with a spirit of excellence. Let our agenda not limit our reach. Let our agenda not limit our goals. Let our agenda, like Ubong said, not limit your vision. Make the vision plain. Let it be big. Let it be hairy. Let it be audacious, ambitious. And trust me, if you set your mind to it long enough, you can achieve it. I like to share a few thoughts. Oftentimes, successful women are in my space have been characterized as being selfish, manipulative, over-ambitious, in some cases untrustworthy. Your typical constellation, if I dare say, many people call her bitchy. If she dares to be ambitious, then she's a you know what. But no, don't let that limit you. It's someone else's opinion. What's your opinion of yourself? There are women who have gone ahead of you and I. Now we have Dr. Okonjo-Iweala running for the seat at the WTO. Now, that is some big, hairy, audacious goal because it means that she will be playing an active role in determining what happens with world trade, global trade. And that's a very impactful office for her to occupy. Now, if she had sat in the corner of her room and thought very little of herself, would she even be a nominee, much less get to the point where she is won upon to occupy that office? That's how daring women need to become. In breaking this gender code, it starts with you. Regardless of what we all might have said to you today, or I may highlight today, it's a decision you have to make for yourself. You have to be determined to succeed. You have to be determined to set very high goals and standards for yourself. It is not, a life of mediocrity will not get you far. A life of mediocrity will not get you far. I see many women say they want to be successful. I see many women desire to be successful. And for many, it just remains a blue sky wish list. Because if you do not put action to your desire, then there will be no achievement. So many of us need today get up and put a lot more action to back our thoughts, our prayers, and our desires. I have walked into several rooms, and I like to refer to my last role. For the last 4 years, I had the privilege of working in a male-dominated space where a lot of my colleagues were members of the boys' club. And oftentimes, decisions were taken without recourse to the female in the group or in the team. Why? Because in the group or in the team. Why? Because they either assume that because she's a girl, she's going to squeal on us. You're not expected to be vocal. I always say to women, put your best foot forward. If you know about a subject, if you have knowledge and competence, no one is going to find it if you hide it. You've got to be strong enough and confident enough in yourself to put yourself forward. Now, I am not saying to run the unhealthy errands. You need to know the task to accept. You need to know the task to reject, especially if you find yourself in a work environment that is largely male-dominated. Half the time, many of us are very quick to not want to network or interact with people. The work behind the scene does not put you in the mind of decision makers. It doesn't. Nobody knows if a team is given a task and you get all of the work done by yourself. Half the time, someone else takes credit for the work you've done. In some cases, as an entrepreneur, you come up with new ideas, new concepts, and you go to the market with those concepts to sell products in a very unique manner and fashion. And someone else takes that knowledge that you have created, but you have hidden, and the person puts a strong narrative around it, and today leverages tools from social media and in the digital space to actually pronounce and project what they know and they have competence in. And you begin to wonder, but I can do better than this person. But you see, what you haven't done is go that extra mile to showcase your knowledge, your capacity. Women need to be less emotional. They say it to us all the time. We get easily offended. I'm not speaking at you. I'm talking to you from my own personal experience. Some people in your environment, your industry, in your workplace know how to tune you on and off. They know how to get you irritated. They know how to. I was a victim for a long time. But I got to the point where I had to ask myself some deep questions. What can I do differently to get the message across without being irritated, without being upset, without being emotional? It was ensuring that at every point in time, not only was I able to compose myself and articulate my thoughts and communicate effectively, but I got to the point where I also began to lobby teammates. Many of us as women will need to begin to learn how to lobby. Many of us need to begin to own our negotiation skills better. Many of us need to begin to look for sponsors on the inside. Trust me, I do not mean godfatherism. I mean sponsors. When people in your industry are aware of your competence, they will stop at nothing to promote your good work. But nobody will promote the work and the talent that is hidden. You've got to, in some instances, volunteer. In some cases, give some freebies to clients. Showcase your work in strategic places. In summary, many of us need to be a bit more strategic in our interactions with people. You need to ensure that you're not the one that takes yes for everybody. Let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. Know when it is time to stop. I am super excited because I know that you have all been listening to great speakers today. And I know that from today, you will begin to play to your strength and not your weaknesses. When you capitalize and focus greatly on your strength, what will happen is people begin to notice. people begin to pay attention. And what will people do in turn? They will pay for the value that you're offering. I believe that I've shared a few insights today, and I hope that I will be able to hear from many of you going forward on how you're utilizing some of the insights that we have shared on this platform today. In closing, I would like to say, play strongly to your strength. Never, ever let anyone talk you down. And when you do not know, don't be ashamed to ask. You only can be unaware once. Once you get that knowledge and insight, then you have the capacity and the ability to outdo your competition and outdo yourself. Let your first competitor be you. Focus on developing yourself. Get the requisite skills where necessary. Don't rest on your laurels. So if you make one achievement today, celebrate it for as long as you can. But please don't rest there. Don't rest there. The world is changing. I am also learning to adapt technology, not just for my business, but even for my own personal development and career goal. So it's important that we all begin to leverage our strengths, identify where we have weaknesses, and never, ever hesitate to get help where necessary. The world is yours to conquer, ladies. The world is yours to overtake. And I dare say, pursue, overtake, recover all that is in sight. And as we move into the future, I want to see you all being excellent and succeeding in all your endeavors. Thank you so much for listening to me today. It's been an amazing time coming out to share with you. Do have an amazing time at the conference. Thank you very much.
everyone. Thank you so much for having me with us all day. It's been really very inspiring. It's been very powerful. I'm sure that you have all heard Ubong King talk to us about building this powerful networks and just inspiring us. And just most recently, you have heard Mosunmola talk about going to the private sector. In the time that you had before that you'd like to tell people about?
Okay, thanks. And I think for me, I like to tell people that life is a process, and there are many parts of it. So you never take life as just one part, a straight line. It actually goes up and down, and you should be ready for the changes. Somebody said something. They said it is not the strength of the water that breaks the rock, it's the persistence. So whenever anything happens to you, don't look left or right. Find out how do I keep going forward? And when you have that kind of mindset, nothing stops you. Stop looking at the conditions on the left or on the right. Just focus on it. And I dare say, which is one of my favorite quotes, is that no matter the recession in the forest, a lion will never eat grass. It will never eat. So just keep your mind fixated and you're good to go.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to add?
No, basically, it's about, a few things I probably would have said earlier. It's staying consistent. People tend to get distracted when difficult times happen or come to us. Truth is, the only constant thing in life is change. And each one of us need to learn to adapt. I've had my very high moments and I've had my good lows, but from each season, I've embraced each season as it has come. And it has shaped the next phase of my life and endeavor. And I think that that's something that we all need to begin to embrace. We're just coming out of a difficult time as a nation. And even globally, we had the COVID-19 pandemic that no one was prepared for. And then we had what was called our Black Tuesday about a week ago. And the truth is, in spite of that, and in spite of all of that gloom and darkness, I dare say to someone out there, there's a huge opportunity that is awaiting you. And the world is waiting for you to provide a solution to. Because you and you alone has the competence. You have that competence to be that solution provider to the world. And if you don't birth it, then it means that the world will be in denial for a period. So find that thing that is within you that you can actually harness and be that solution to the world.
In fact, talking about cracking gender code, which is your main focus, we find that in the light of the recent happenings, especially with the NSAS protests, we find that a lot of women were really at the forefront. Do you think that perhaps this also may have broken the barrier that women have been trying to break in, telling everyone that they can handle more things, they can do things as good as the men do it? Do you think that this has changed things?
Absolutely. You have to give it to women. They say it's a man's world. Trust me, it will be colorless without women. It will be bland, tasteless, colorless without women. Now, look at the protest in 2020 in Nigeria, in the last 2 weeks. Led by women, largely organized by women, and it was peaceful because the women have a heart. And they are connected to their hearts. And everything women do and they're committed to is heart-born. And it comes with a different level of organization. Women are natural. So I don't want to say womb carriers, but women birth visions. Women birth naturally. It's a natural gift. So when it comes to organization, when it comes to nation building, trust me, many more women have the competence to organize, self-organize, organize other people, and get people to bring the best in them forward. Okay. And that's what you saw in the last couple of weeks play out in our country.
Okay, great. And because this is such a huge thing for us right now, we all know that the NSAS protest started from NSAS, End Police Brutality, and then it became something much more than that. It became, oh, we want like a revolution, we want like a change, we want things to function properly in this country. So, Ubong, what would you say, you know, how would you advise us to be able to network so that, you know, we're getting those results that we want to get? Because one of the things about this protest is that it had no face to it. There was no one individual or one organization that was in charge of everything. But then at some point, we all need to aggregate. We all need to like have like those conversations. Those things need to happen. Yeah. So how do we, like, what practical suggestions would you give to everyone about how we can be able to network and aggregate and make sure that every effort comes together to really get the Nigeria that we want?
I think, first of all, it's always good to know the numbers. The numbers are always very important. If you check in 2018, the number of children that were born on January 1st were 20,210 in one day. In 2018, January 1st. So that means in 2018, we had 7.3 million children added to our population. In 2019, you had 25,856 children that were born on January 1st. So you had 9.3 million children. So in 2 years, you had 16,671,000 children added to the population. So the first question, you know, that the youth and the younger generation, they are not small. Now, so once you know that number, if you notice that the NSAS protest really started in Lagos, but there were pockets that were happening everywhere. So what's happened is that in the last, let's say 20, 30 years, a lot of growth has been happening that were not, you know, really taken care of. So you now start seeing pockets. Now, those that are successful, those of us that, you know, have this intellect in education, business savviness, need to now come back and begin to show these people how to organize themselves in education, in business, in structure, in midwifing things together. Because if you don't do that, you that are successful, you now become a target. Yes, you now become a target to these ones that, you know, do not have. Because they look at you as the problem. Yes, and when they look at you as the problem, that is what metamorphosed into it. The protest was peaceful, but after the protest, what does somebody who has a shop have to do? They go to a young lady's shop who is doing perfumes. How has perfume got to do? Then they break everything, take the perfume. Now all her livelihood has gone. Now that pain starts. That pain grows. She now begins to say that she will not do it again. So you now have somebody who is bitter, who is sorrowful. So what I say is, we now have to now start talking to these young people, community building. In each community, there are 774 local governments. Now, each of these communities, every single person in Nigeria, young, successful, come from this local government. We now owe to go back and start building this community back, because if we don't grow those people quickly, they're coming for the whole system.
Okay, so in essence, what you're saying is that we have to look at community building, and in such a way that if we can get like every community to have like the group of people who have certain experiences, certain expertise to come together and be able to create programs, schedules on how they can reach these people with certain knowledge about how things work.
Imagine if the leaders, the governors, and the local government chairman are able to garner 50 youth from each of the local government and teach them entrepreneurship, and do that 4 times in a year, and give these people access to be able to showcase them. Like even Lagos State government decides to carry youth from Lagos State and go and showcase them in Ghana, showcase them in Cotonou, showcase them products from Lagos. Now, not only will creativity grow, but networking. You see how international business, they will trade. You will never see, if Chinese people want to do something in Nigeria, man, 2 whole planes are coming here. They will flood any hotel, and then they'll, whether they're 18 or 17-year-old, because they are trying to do, they even have a policy that 80% of whatever they produce must be exported out. So if we now do that in all the states, everybody will have, even just go to the airport, any state airport, this is Lagos, this is Abuja. You don't have it. So the opportunities are there, but you now need the leadership to take ownership and say, look, let's grow our state organically.
Okay. So one of the things that is a big issue for us is that the future of work is changing.
Right.
That's changed.
Work as we know it is changing. Now we have nanotechnology, we have nanoscience, we have AI and all of these things. And to say that Nigeria or Africa is lagging so seriously is an understatement. So now we have this population of people who are very disconnected from where the world is going now. And so a big problem is that if we continue to run things as they are, the gap is going to increase a lot more between the underdeveloped countries or the developing countries and the developed countries. So now, what practical examples, where do you say is the future of work? What do you see as the future? What do you think the future of work is for Nigeria now as it is?
So, the whole world is talking about the 4th industrial revolution, and Nigeria hasn't even crossed the 2nd industrial revolution. And by that, I'm not saying everyone in Nigeria. I'm just saying that as a system, as a collective, we haven't crossed the 2nd industrial revolution fully. So we are struggling with, so if you look at what happened with the protest, the young people who were in the front line were those connected with the 4th industrial revolution. The other group of young people, persons who went looting and breaking the shops, are the ones who are largely connected with the 2nd industrial revolution. And what that means is that you need to bridge that gap. And that's where Ubong is coming from. If we do not bridge that gap quickly, this is what we experience now is child's play in comparison with what will happen in future. And this responsibility it cuts across. So for me, I'm looking at the future of work as the management of people. People make work. People make a system. People make a nation. So it's how we invest in our people that determine what we will get out of them. These same people who went looting the other day are citizens of this country. Guess what? What happened at that moment was pent-up anger, the hearts that had been broken. They've been disenfranchised for so long. They have been deprived of qualitative education. Forget the fact that many of us had to fight for it ourselves. They have no clue how many man-hours we put into personal development and building because no one has showed them how. So it's important that for the future of work, we've got to start with social re-engineering. And that social re-engineering means a mindset shift. And it's very easy for us. We're very cultural, very communal people. And we shouldn't try and become Western overnight. The average young person in the North is not watching YouTube. The average young person in the North, because I work with many of them on my farms, have their radios and their mobile phones plugged now to their earphones. So we've got to begin, it's like an indoctrination that we have to do with the people. What do the bad guys do to get their attention? We've got to begin to do those things in a refined manner. For example, you can't give a man fish or teach him how to fish and he says, no, I'm going to go and steal. It's very unlikely. It's an extreme case. So social re-engineering, and social re-engineering cuts across every strata of the system of society. So it's easy for us to say, oh, it's the presidency that is at fault. They have their own social re-engineering to do. It's not just, but leadership needs to provide direction. That this is the way we're going. We're pursuing the fourth industrial revolution, and we are starting with us. So it starts with you, it starts with me. And for those of us who are a bit exposed, we now need to find the right tools to connect the dots and reach to each one within our community. Then we can begin to, only when we have catered for the person, the people around us. It's not about me caring for myself alone. It's not sufficient to send my children to the best schools. It's no longer sufficient to make enough money for my family, my immediate family. We've got to begin to throw good money after social good. And then, and only then, will we begin to see the transformation that we all strongly desire in our society.
Okay, thank you so much. So the final thing I want to ask, and is for both of you, is that, because I'm the Deputy Speaker of Nigerian Youth Parliament, I'm always trying to find a way, like, how do we connect the government with the people alongside industries? Because I feel that that is the way to go. If you notice, during the protests, one of the things that was greatly lacking was dialogue. There was no dialogue. So, and you cannot take the government out. The government is a government because the government is the people, and you always have to have a government, right? And then you have the people,
is a representation
of the people. And you have the people, right? And you cannot take the people out. Both must coexist. And in between the government, the people, you have so many other activities, you know, education, industries, everything. And so the question, the thing, how to crack this is like, just like Ubong said, how we have to build communities. And in building those communities, he mentioned about, imagine if governors were able to do this, is how to bridge that gap effectively.
I think for me, I'll just put it in two simple sentences. We need to make everybody accountable. People must become accountable for whatever office, whatever resources are given to them. Until we begin to call a spade, it becomes difficult because you must make that, that position attractive and responsible. And number two is that we must stand for values. Everything you see in the system is a replication of the values we put out there. At home, so if somebody is done wrong, you go and celebrate him at home. It shouldn't be, because that person is breeding an army of people who will carry out multiple, negative vices. Now, once somebody has those kind of traits, let him be called what he is. And once you do that, the right people will begin to stand, and then those that are accountable will be accountable for every single thing. And you will see that everybody will start falling in line appropriately.
I think just a question to that. Now, the thing is that I think that that's what everyone wants. But the question really is, how do we do that? I mean, for now, because
it's already
we've
happening.
talked about the fact that we need social re-engineering, because the reason why you would celebrate somebody who has done wrong is because you just don't know. You don't know that these people are doing wrong, and that their actions actually equal to the standard of living that you have as a person.
And
right?
And that's why even from now, you have the corporate Nigeria need to start building character in the younger ones and helping them to understand values, so that by the time they come out to say, okay, this is where I am going. I have mentees who have grown into, public offices. And they know that if there is a character flaw in them, I will call them to order, because they know that there's somebody watching them. Now, but if the person that you submit to is a thief, one day you'll be a liar. Simple. So if I know who you submit to, I will tell you what you'll metamorphose into.
So what you're preferring is that this is going to be like gradual process,
yes,
and it's going to be about the people, like everyone being accountable and knowing that how you act really has like that ripple effect on a lot of people. Okay.
So there's been, just like Ubong said, there's been a debt of values in society largely. And that debt has come out of the homestead. That debt of value has come into the corporate world. And that debt of value has come into our political space as well. So you get into organizations, gone are the days where a few people think it's a crime to actually do fraudulent things. I mean, in some organizations, it's celebrated.
Business.
It's business, you know, you're either in or you're out, you know, or you're a Jew or you're part of them. And it's all a debt of values. Now, our culture promotes discipline. If we go back to the roots, we're Africans, we're Nigerians, you know. I had this uncle who passed a few weeks back, and he used to say, there's no way the child who kneels down to greet you every day will wake up one day and suddenly jump up and slap you. It's culture, right? Now, what makes us unique as Nigerians and Africans? Our problems are not far-fetched. If we find our values and reshape our value system and trace ourselves back to connecting with our humanity, many of us have really done away with humanity. We become selfish, we become self-centered, and we're not thinking about the greater good. It is I, me, myself, and I. When we begin to think about us, when the value system shifts from I to us, we, then we're then on the right path to actually charting a new course. But again, to answer the previous question you asked, it's about education. And this education, like I say, it's not formal education. It's engaging the people at the right time, across board, and selling this new narrative, this value orientation and proposition to everyone. And so we know what we are going after. I like to use this in closing. A few years ago, Fela-Durotoye came up with the code that we all quote and narrate that we abide by. One of my favorite is, I promise to do right regardless of who is watching. Whether anyone is watching me or not, I stay accountable first to self and then to the society. If we start from having very simple codes like that, that shape who we are as a people, shape how we relate as a people, then we can begin to shape the nation. But if we're not, if you ask someone today, what does Nigeria stand for? Who are we as a people? When someone is getting into trouble, even Nigerians say, I plead the fifth. You plead the fifth, that is an American, part of the American amendment. What is the Nigerian one? We don't even know our own constitution. So it starts with orientation, education, and let's connect with our humanity and individuality. Then we can make this world a better place.
Okay, thank you so much. If you just joined us, perhaps, we had the session earlier today. Madam Mosu talked about cracking the gender code, and Ubong talked about networking, and really inspired us about networking. And here we have been able to, I think in conclusion, we can say that, first of all, for us to be able to build the Nigeria that we truly want, that we truly deserve, it's a responsibility of everyone. And everybody has to realize that they have a part to play. And Ubong also talked about the fact that we needed to build like small communities where re-engineering can occur for everyone, where everyone needs to understand, what they need to be contributing, how they need to be very responsible and accountable for every action that they take, as that is what largely, at the end of the day, contributes to the nation that we want to build. And just learning that this is not about the government,
No.
This is not about one person. It's about all of us, Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
very
joining
much.
us.
And I hope to see more women in the front lines.
Yeah,
More women
definitely.
in the front lines.
I hope you don't feel slighted.
A woman gave birth to me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Wow, wow, wow. Just wow. What a beautiful day indeed it has been at the 360 Women Thrive Conference 2020. When I say beautiful, I mean impactful, informative, inspirational. Oh Lord, I don't have words. I don't have words. I don't know what I have. Informative, educative. So much growth, so much impact, so much strength that has been drawn from the speakers. Models that are executable. So much hope for the future. I can't but be so happy at the impact we have yet again delivered to our delegates today. First of all, I want to thank you for tuning in since 10 a.m. till this time, listening, taking note, jotting down, and just pulling as much as you can in order to go forth and really redesign the future that you desire. As I said earlier, the future is anything and everything that you can, but is yet to become. And we believe that after you have heard all that the speakers, the moderators, even the spoken word artist has delivered today, you would, without doubt, go ahead to become everything that you've seen, you've envisioned to become. With a quick recap, we started off with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Gabriel Ogbechie, who spoke on resilience. He spoke on strength, the staying power, self-belief. Mrs. Folake Soetan, acting CEO of Ikeja Electric, came up and told us about the power of vision, strategic thinking, the value of community. Madam Yetunde Bankole-Bernerd came and spoke about knowing yourself inherently, understanding who you are, what you are made of, how much strength is inherent inside of you, how much you have to give to the world, and the models in which you can begin to execute and discover yourself so that you can now execute properly and deliver the future that you desire. Mrs. Fela-Durotoye came up and spoke to us about integration. She spoke to us about our country, Nigeria, where we are currently hosting the 2020 conference. She spoke to us about getting involved with your grassroots, with your community, doing so much, making impact, going out of your comfort zone and reaching out. She spoke to us about value system. She said that women, you are not permitted to get into a place and your value is not felt. It is your value that will strike the difference. There's nothing like, because I am a woman, nobody will listen. Women speak and people turn. We see women like Okonjo Iweala, who was currently appointed the DG of the DG. You see how much we hear that she's the first female to occupy that position, right? So you know that you have no excuse. You see how much impact and success she's currently making and representing the female gender with so much pride. Not far away, every of the female speakers we've had today, you see how much they have done, they have delivered. They are women like you and I. They started somewhere. The difference between yourself and them is that they decided from the word go to make a difference. They chose that they would deliver their future. They chose that they will speak and people will listen. They chose that they matter and they will make impact within their communities. They started with whatever little that was given to them. They started doing it so well and making great results out of the little that was appointed to them. What are you doing with the little that has been given to you? How well are you delivering on your duties? I would say again, that it is cliche. It is wrong. It is not right. It's not acceptable to say that because you are a woman or you are a wife, you are a mother, you are being held back. All you need is to believe. A lot of the speakers reiterated the power of belief today, from Gabriel to Tara to Folake to Yetunde Bankole. So I would say again, believe in yourself. There's nothing impossible for you to do. Tara also spoke about articulating your dreams and making sure people feel your energy when you walk into a room. Even when you speak to people about your dreams, about that business idea, when you speak to your boss about the promotion that you deserve, how much energy are you putting forward? When you are communicating with your team members, how much energy, positive energy are you passing across to your team members at work? How much value are you delivering? Tara stressed on that. You know, Talma came up and spoke on branding, the power of branding for social media and the effect, how social media can contribute to helping to propagate your dreams. She spoke about branding. She spoke about the power of focus. She spoke about intentionality and community again. Intentionality in your doing. You must keep doing. You must keep finding the ways to do the things that you do. And not just finding the ways to do them, but do them with a touch of excellence. I dare say, I don't think you should try to do anything if you're not going to give it your best. Once you decide to do something, whether it's a job, a role at your workplace, a business, give it your best. Give it your best. Give it your best. Gabriel told us his story for 25 years. He gave it his all. I know that for sure. He gave it his all. In the times of recession, he went back to the drawing tables, re-strategized, and kept pushing. You have no reason not to deliver your future. You have no reason. We have taken our time to put this conference and pull out the finest of speakers in Nigeria. The finest of speakers in Nigeria that you can get in Nigeria today to come and tell you for free the things that you need to do and tell you that it is possible. The future you see is possible. The future you envision is possible. The future you imagine is possible. Once there is a will, there is always a way. If you can be determined to make this happen for you, regardless of the situations you find yourself in, dear queens, a way would always be presented to you. Once you are determined to fulfill purpose and reach your highest potentials, you will be shocked what you will find at the end of your journey, that a way always emerged. Today, whilst we wrap up this conference right now, please, I want to encourage you to begin to take the steps, the relatable steps that has been shared with you today. Please begin to execute. You would have wasted 6 hours of your time if you go back and not execute on all that you have heard. You would have wasted, and 6 hours is a lot of time. You would have just wasted data, energy, and resources. Please begin to execute. When you need help, reach out for help. At 360 Women, we are not just a one-day event organization. We are a community, an organization. Send an email, join our community. If you want to join our community, the screen is somewhere within the screen right now to register and become a member of our community. We're a community of hungry women that encourage and cheer each other up. You know, every month we bring executives to come speak to you on different topics. Please join us and stay connected. Stay within a community. You heard Tara talk about it today. You heard Folake Soetan talk about it today. You need a community so that you can thrive and become better. Please join us today, and we can't wait to have you. Also, the clips of today's conference will be available, but actually for a fee. So please stay close to your emails and the Telegram group that you all have been incorporated into. We'll be sharing details on how you can get the resources that you require so that you can listen and listen and listen again. Whatever you missed out, you can always catch up on. But of course, I said it would be for your fee. Last but not the least, before I go, I would want to, especially on behalf of the board of directors of 360 Women Africa, thank all our speakers today. It was not an easy feat to gather such phenomenal, great, impactful global thought leaders today at the 360 Women Thrive Conference 2020, but we did it. We believed we could, and we did. Today, on behalf of our board, I would want, and then the entire team members of the 360 Women Africa, I would want to especially thank all our speakers. Thank you for gracing our occasion today. Thank you for betting impact. Thank you for causing a mind shift. Thank you for helping our delegates and empowering them with a strong and resilient belief system. Thank you for the impact you keep making in and out of this platform. We see you and we continuously celebrate you. Women Thrive Conference is a conference that holds annually for the last 4 years. So yes, in 2020, we would have the Women Thrive Conference. Whilst we begin to plan, we need as much support and help as we can get. Please, if this conference has hugely impacted you and you feel that you as a brand or as an individual want to support the conference or the 360 Women organization with the job we do with capacity development and trainings for women, please reach out to us via email on info@360womenafrica.com so that we can get talking. And especially so that we can begin to plan the Women Thrive Conference 2021. We promise that it will be better, it would be bigger, and you would even get more value as you have gotten today. Till I see you next year, 2020, please stay strong, stay resilient, keep dreaming, never stop dreaming, keep believing in your vision. Follow through. Stay the course. Stay the course. Don't stop pushing. Keep pushing. Make your voice heard. Speak out and let them hear you. Build your relationships. Relationships is key in this century that we find ourselves in. Leverage your relationships. Invest in relationships. Stay strong. Love your family and friends. And I will see you at the Women Thrive Conference 2021. Have a blessed evening. Thank you.